Hello to all of my collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for September 2025. Okay, this is eclipse season, so you know that when eclipse season comes, it is an intense aspect to make the changes that are necessary happen within each and every one of us. Okay? And we also have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces. Okay, this is karmic. This is, another last sweep to clean up, let go, release, forgive yourself, and focus on you. Generational curses are being cleaned out. Okay? So we also have the North Node and the South Node. North Node in Pisces, South Node in Virgo. So we're working that axis with this eclipse as well. So this is definitely telling us, about the big sweep that's happening. There's also a reset of energy happening with the new moon, because the new moon is in Virgo and it was in Virgo last month. So all of this clearing, cleansing, healing, resetting us to become more authentic. And, this is like a force within us. This is not something that we can ignore. This is something that is going to happen, and the process will take over the course of the next 6 months. So just so you know that September is going to be one of those months that we are going to be experiencing parts of ourselves that we may not want to face, but we're here, okay? And your first house is the mask, and authenticity is about letting go of the mask and becoming more of who you really are, your essence. And with Pisces being that deep spiritual frequency, these changes are happening within our subconscious, how we think, those old patterns that we've been stuck with for generations. And this is where the generational curses are going to dissolve here with this Saturn retrograde in the sign of Pisces. So this is, something wonderful to look forward to, because change is necessary going forward. And remember, we're in the age of Aquarius now. Okay? So as I said, the new moon is the second of 2 in a row in the sign of Virgo. And Virgo is an earth sign, but it's also ruled by Mercury. Okay? So it's about communication, about how you communicate, and how you feel about analyzing that communication, because Virgo is, the perfectionist, Everything is put in boxes. So there we have to look at what needs to be released, okay, on this Pisces Virgo axis. And again, these are big changes that are happening within each and every one of us, okay? So, with that being said, I'm going to start with the Pisces rising sign. And if you know your sun and moon sign, check the forecast for those as well. And I'm going to see you on the other side. Hello to my beautiful Pisces sun, moon, and rising. This is your monthly forecast for September 2025. And I am your friendly astrologer, Sharon, and this is Astro Shero. Okay, so we're going to start the month out with Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces, which we already know that that is an anaretic degree where, you know, change happens because we're right in the middle of a fresh start. Okay, so we're in the process of releasing those things that no longer serve us. All right, and Mercury enters Virgo on the 2nd, which is this ruling sign, and Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th. And I think I mentioned it, but there are 2 eclipses here. We have a full moon eclipse at 15 degrees of Pisces. And we have, let's see, a partial solar eclipse on September 21st at 29 degrees Virgo. Venus enters Virgo on the 18th, and Mars enters Scorpio on the 21st. Let's see. On the 22nd. Yes. Okay, and then the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd as well. All right, so September 1st, we have Saturn retrograde back into Pisces, and this is happening in your first house, Pisces rising, okay? So, you know, this is about the mask that you wear. Your first house is about, you know, how you present yourself and how other people see you, okay? And this also, you know, incorporates your self-worth, your body, your personality, things that are about you. All right, so this transit in your first house seems to be creating a profound transformation. And as I said in the preview or the intro, that Saturn this is a karmic change that is happening with Saturn in Pisces. So there's some transforming energy that's changing your self-identity and your approach to life. It encourages you, Pisces rising, to confront escapist tendencies, because Pisces is very sensitive energy, very intuitive. It's a healing energy that Pisces has, where it can easily absorb other people's energy and feel. It's a real feeling energy, and that may be, you know, overwhelming, because it's hard for Pisces to set boundaries and to know how to let go of things that is really not theirs to hold. Okay, So this is going to be changing. And the escapist energy is, is when you're overwhelmed with energy that you don't understand. Okay, and it's asking you to let go of the fantasies and focus on your spiritual truths and your reality. So for Pisces rising, this is a good time for you to, get in touch with your soul self, through some form of meditation or extra relaxation in some way, where you can connect with your spiritual side and understand your intuitive insights. What are they telling you? Because, if you know, then, there's no coincidence in life. And if there's something that you are feeling, then you need to listen to it. So this is a good time to sit back and listen to yourself, your inner self, so that you can find inner peace. Okay? So you may experience some emotional turbulence. Your spiritual sensitivity is increased. And it's time for you to incorporate self-care, okay? As I said before. So right on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is happening in your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, business partners, open enemies, legal contracts, or contracts in general, divorce, marriage, that kind of thing. So Mercury in Virgo can be pragmatic because it's perfectionist and it's self-criticizing as well. So you may find yourself more critical or precise with your words when you're communicating with those people in that area, and it may be, cut, sharp. The edges may be sharp. You may be reviewing your relationships, looking for flaws or areas that needs improvement. And that is just that Virgo energy, okay? Being overly golly, the word just slipped my mind. Overly detailed or get lost in details can put a strain on the relationship if you're trying to find fault or the flaws, okay? You may have to take a logical approach to your partnerships. Well, not have to, but you may take that and a focus on facts and details rather than emotions. And we know Pisces rising, you have that tendency to be emotional. But here you need to be able to create some boundaries for yourself, okay? So you do have opportunities for improvement here in your relationship space. And that can start with creating boundaries, okay? And just, communicating with a light heart with those in this 7th house sphere, okay? So on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra squaring Jupiter in Cancer, and this is going to be in your 8th house and your 5th house. Now, your 8th house is about death, transformation, shared resources, other people's money, debt, psychological issues, intuition, psychic energy in this house as well. And it is The fifth house is about your creative work or creative hobbies. It's about children. It's also about, your romantic interests as well. So with this square is telling you that there's something that you need to work on in order to create positive change. It's not something that it creates tension between these two, okay? So you may find yourself clashing with others over shared financial matters. Your desire for fairness and equality, because Mars is in Libra, may be at odds with your partner's emotional needs or an unwillingness to share resources. So, there is a clash here. You may experience emotional outbursts because Mars is straightforward, or you may experience some difficult conversations about finances. You may have a strong urge to indulge in pleasures to escape stress, but try to be present, because this eighth and fifth house is a place where that transforming energy can help you grow and become more authentic in who you are, as a person. This is definitely a place of growth. And it could also help you understand your own psychology. Okay? So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograding in Gemini. And this is happening in your 4th house of home, your ancestry line, your family, close family, significant other, husband, wife, children, siblings as well. Real estate is here in this house, and your home, physical home. Okay, so Uranus is also retrograde in Gemini. Let me see, when did I say Uranus retrograded? On the 6th, okay? So Uranus turns retrograde on the 6th. And this is the day that is in your 4th house in the sign of Gemini. Okay, so you may experience a sense of being unsettled in your home or your emotional security. And this is common with Uranus in this 4th house, because Uranus is all about electric strikes or things just happening all of a sudden, impulse actions that occur. But Uranus is about suddenly changing things for the better. And with it being in the sign of Gemini, Gemini has that electric energy as well. So it has a tendency to be, fidgety, and doesn't like to be in one place too long. So, that unsettledness can also shine through the sign of Gemini as well, being in the 4th house. So you may experience an overload of emotional ideas, which may cause mental restlessness in your emotional environment. And that's because this is that Gemini and Uranus energy both have that same type of electrical energy. It's like lightning. That's how I see it. But it's definitely that something that strikes you, and when you get stricken, it's like, a shocking energy. Okay, so you may find yourself questioning and disrupting old emotional patterns that may lead to deep healing and healthier connections, which is great, because when Uranus is around, it's changing things that's, all of a sudden, but it's necessary. Okay, so you may desire to introduce new ideas, that's Uranus, or technologies related to communication, that's Gemini, and information into your home. All right, so that's all about, progress. You could, start working from home. That could be one of those technological ways of bringing new resources into your home. Okay, on the 7th, we have this full moon lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces, and this is happening in your first house as well. So this eclipse pushes you to embrace a more authentic and spiritual version of yourself. And I think I spoke about this before. Pisces rising, that's part of the reason why I'm starting with you, because your first house is lit up, and those things about you that requires growth is happening for you. Okay, and I'm not saying this is an easy process, but it is the process. Okay, and you'll come out okay if you decide not to resist. Okay, what it is calling for you to do is to let go and forgive yourself, and give to yourself as well. All right, so you are called to choose yourself, set boundaries with others, and release the layers of yourself that were shaped by your external expectations. And that's one thing about you, Pisces, is that you absorb other people's energy, and sometimes you don't know the difference between you and another. Okay, so this is where you set your boundaries. When you start to feel like you are, pulled into someone else's drama, pull back, reset yourself, know where you are at all times, ground. Okay, and that's what Saturn is all about, is helping us stay grounded to the planet. Okay, all right, so let's see if there's anything else I missed. Okay, you are encouraged to let go of control. Trust the unfolding process. I don't know why I have why I have truth, but it's trust. And allow your intuition to guide you through transitions and towards new opportunities. Okay, because when you release and let go and make space for something new to come in, it does come in. So you may want to make some dietary changes or revisit old practices that support your well-being. And again, this is about yourself, giving yourself some self-care, some meditation, yoga, those things that'll keep you centered and grounded. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 18th. I know there's something happening on the 16th, but there's a lot happening for this month, so I just picked and chose what I wanted to present to you this month. Okay, so we have Mercury in the sign of Virgo opposing retrograde Saturn in Pisces. And this is affecting you versus others. But we have the 7th house where Virgo is, and your 1st house is where Saturn in Pisces is, okay? So this is an opposition. This is a tug of war between yourself, giving to yourself, or giving it all to others, okay? And in this case, this is those people in your 7th house, which are your, close relationships, partnerships. So you may feel a strong pull between your desire for analytical clarity and the responsibilities or uncertainties that Saturn brings, okay? You may likely reevaluate your partnerships, deciding what needs to change or what commitments are truly worthwhile that can, be part of the process. And again, with these forecasts, I do want to express that it's going to affect some more than others because it depends on the degrees that this is happening in your chart. So if any of these are happening at, certain degrees, let's see, I said 29 degrees of Virgo for the solar, that's the solar eclipse. The lunar eclipse is 15 degrees. So anywhere from 10 degrees to 15 will probably feel, some impact by the changes that are occurring for you in September. Okay, so let's see, this is still the relationship versus you. So you are urged to explore your inner self. Okay, this is all 1st house energy here. The things you project onto others and any unresolved issues from the past. You have to, deal with that because we are going through a process here with Saturn retrograding. This is karmic, and this is a time to be non-resistant because something is going to happen. And the more you allow it, the more you can, release without a lot of pain, okay? A lot of emotional, what is that? Kickback, emotional kickback. Okay, so you may overthink, become overly critical of yourself and others, or focus so much on details that you miss the bigger picture. Okay, so just keep that in mind, that just go with the flow. All right, on the 20th, we have Venus ingress to Virgo, and this is in your 7th house. Now, Venus is debilitated in the sign of Virgo, but because Venus and Mercury are good with each other, it's not going to, create a dynamic that is going to cross you. Okay? So let's see, you may be considering examining in detail your relationships, personal and professional, in order to bring more harmony and clarity, okay, in your life here. You may find clarity in past conflicts or relationships that felt strained. So something may show itself and help you to understand what happened, okay, with clarity. because there is a lot of clarity here with Venus in Virgo. You may have an inclination towards perfectionism and an overly critical attitude towards your partners or yourself, which can create tension. Okay? So just be aware of that. And this is all, this is just a transit. So when things are transiting like this, it's not going to stay for a long time, okay? So also on the 20th, we have Mercury in Libra in opposition to Neptune in Aries. And this is happening in your 8th house and your 2nd house, okay? Your 8th house is about transformation, other people, debts, shared resources, psychological issues, and wow. And if I didn't say transformation, transformation. Okay, so you may struggle with your logical mind when making financial decisions because you're intuitive. This is a very intuitive place, the 8th house. Urges regarding your values and possessions contradict your logic. Okay? You may be at risk of financial deception, and this has to do with Neptune in Aries right now, okay? Miscommunication or feeling overwhelmed by idealistic visions about your resources or your self-worth, okay? Because, you know, Neptune is that dreaminess. It's also a spiritual energy as well, but it's, you know, it's a deep energy, and you have to know yourself in order to really connect with your spiritual part and not be boundless, because Neptune is that energy that creates that boundlessness. You know, as long as you know who you are and you're standing in your solid ground, then you can see the you as versus the Neptune part of it, okay? You can look at it and know that it's just a passing process, or you can get enmeshed in it and let it take you where it takes you, okay? And by it being in this 8th house is a house of the unforeseen pieces and parts of who we are. It's very intuitive as well, and it can be psychic. And with Neptune here, you know, your psychic abilities can be tuned in, okay? So just pay attention as we move along through this month of September. So Venus in Virgo on that same day will square retrograde Uranus in Gemini. And this has happened in your 7th house of relationships and your 4th house of family and home. Okay, so during this transit, your partnership dynamics may be challenged by sudden impulses to express your true self, or by a need for greater freedom and variety. You may find yourself questioning traditional relationships, structure, or seeking more stimulating connections. And That's the Uranus and Gemini energy as well. So unexpected changes, that's Uranus, unexpected things happen at home, impacting your living situation or family dynamics. Okay, you may need to find innovative ways to meet both your personal needs and the needs of others within your family unit. Okay? So on the 21st, we have this new moon and partial eclipse happening in Virgo. And this is happening in your seventh house. This eclipse may bring a significant event related to your partnerships, including romantic relationships, business ventures, and other significant one-on-one connections, okay? You may start a new romance, get a proposal, a major business deal, or okay, I'm back. Now, the last thing we're going to talk about is September 22nd. We have Mars enters Scorpio, and this is happening in your ninth house of higher learning, your belief system, spirituality, philosophy, teaching, publishing, foreign travels, other cultures. Okay, so you may feel a powerful urge to study subjects like psychology or the occult, seeking deep knowledge and profound understandings of life. Okay, you may have a strong desire to explore different cultures and engage in international collaborations with others. You may be questioning established religious or social norms, sparking a personal quest for truth and a willingness to challenge existing structures. You may find yourself in a you may find success in legal matters at this time. So on that same day, the sun enters Libra. That'll be like, towards the end of the day, about 8 p.m. And this is happening in your eighth house. So this transit brings struggles in your connections with others. You may feel vulnerable and exposed, making it crucial to find trusted confidants and to bring hidden aspects of yourself into the light in a controlled way. Because, we know how you feel so deeply, Pisces rising. You may experience sudden changes in joint assets, taxes, or inheritances. So the last thing I'm going to speak on today is when the sun enters, the sun in Libra in opposition to Neptune in Aries, okay? So your relationship with money, this is happening in your eighth house and your second house. So this is a tug of war when we're doing the opposition, okay? So it has to do with your relationship with money and your sense of self-worth. And this may be blurred by your ideals or your dreams. That's ideals and dreams is about Neptune, okay? So you may receive sudden insights into new financial directions, and that's because your intuition may be heightened during this time. But you may face uncertainty in your material security as well. So there's, that uncertainty that surrounds you, when we are experiencing Neptune. You may experience deep desires, fears, or desires for profound connections with others. That's that spiritual part of Neptune. You may need to take a visionary approach to your values, which may inspire ways to generate wealth or reevaluate what is truly valuable to you. You may struggle to ground your desires, or you may feel disconnected from your financial realities. Okay, and we know Aries is an initiator. Aries tries to, move forward, take control, and make things happen. But with Neptune, Aries fire, Neptune being in the sign of a water energy and a deeply profound spiritual energy, it's really hard for Aries to really perform here. So Pisces rising, this is your forecast for the month of September 2025, and you will come out on the other side, with lots of love. So just go with the flow. All right, and until next time, bye for now. Hello, and welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl. And this is your monthly forecast for September 2025. So Aries, this is an Aries rising forecast, but if you know your sun and moon signs, you can also check into that as well. So Aries, sun, moon, and rising, you can pay attention to this forecast for the month of September 2025. So September 2025, we have lots going on. We have Saturn retrograde happening. We have eclipse season happening this month. We have Uranus retrograding this month. So we have big things that are happening this month for each and every one of us, collectives. So it's not going to be one of those easy months because this energy is intense and it's going to be working from the inside out, digging up those old patterns that no longer serves us. And as I see it, this is a change where we are releasing generational curses, okay? And that is like ancestral lineage of how we operate. So it's on that subconscious level in the 12th house. We're doing some house cleaning, which will make us even better as individuals and as a collective. Okay? So let's see. On the 1st, we have Saturn retrograding back to Pisces at 29 degrees, and this is happening on the 1st. And those of you who have 29 degrees in their chart, or maybe 25 degrees to 29 degrees, will probably feel it more than others. We have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. We have Uranus turning retrograde at 1 degree, okay, in Gemini on the 6th. So if you have 0 degrees, 1 degree to about 4 degrees, you will probably feel this happening to you as well. The 2 eclipse, a full moon lunar eclipse, is happening on the 7th. Is it the 7th? Yes. It's happening on the 7th, and this will be at 15 degrees. So 10 to 15 degrees, you may experience some of the tumultuous energy coming through. And then we have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th. And we have a partial solar eclipse on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. Again, that 29 degrees is anaretic, significant. All right, so Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd. Okay, so let's move on to the 1st of September. We have Saturn retrograding back to Pisces, and this is happening at 29 degrees in your 12th house, and this is your house of your unconscious mind. This is the house where you retreat to unpack things. This is also the house of past lives, karma, institutions, and hidden enemies as well. Okay, so here you're going to feel, or you may, again, as I said before, it depends on the degrees that's in your chart. You may feel isolated, and anxiety may show up as your past actions, and unresolved issues may resurface. You may experience obstacles in achieving your goals. You may experience potential health issues, and you have the opportunity to rectify past karmic wrongs. So while you're working through your unconscious energy in this 12th house, this is allowing you to, let go of even more of this karmic energy that is no longer serving you. So this is a good place to be right now, because Saturn is retrograde in the sign of Pisces in your 12th house. This is where all of the stuff is. Some of us, we are so far away from our 12th house that it's harder for us to get down to the real nitty-gritty of things. But Saturn is right here, Pisces is right here in the 12th house, and you can just get right to it. Okay, so Mercury moves to Virgo on the 2nd, and this is happening in your 6th house of health, daily routine, your work environment, co-workers, and being of service. Okay, so you may see career advancement with Mercury in Virgo, because Mercury rules the sign of Virgo, so it's in a good place. Financial gains are possible from practical ventures, because we know Virgo is very practical, or you may experience work-related travel. This can be a good time to maintain healthy relationships with colleagues, work efficiency, and work exams, okay? And that could be like your 6-month review or something of that nature should go well for you. So on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra squaring Jupiter in Cancer. And this is happening between your house of relationships, close relationships, and your family home life. Okay? You may experience conflict or overextension in relationships here. Or you may have an inability to express your needs or struggles, or you may struggle with balancing your home life with shared responsibilities. So this is just something that you have to pay attention to right now, but this too, shall pass. And when we're looking at squares and oppositions, these are all building blocks for learning, okay? So just learn from whatever it is how you respond to conflict, okay? So on the 6th, we have Uranus station retrograde in your 3rd house. And this is your house of communication, siblings, your local neighborhood, your neighbors, and it could be your workplace as well. But here there could be some sudden changes in communication or how you short travel as well. You know, maybe some short travel plans maybe have to take a back seat right now, and your communication may be you know, moving through at a fast pace, you know, and not allowing yourself to really see how you are putting your communication out there to others, which may create some type of strain, you know, between others in your environment. So just take heed, because there are sudden changes that happens in your communication that may make you a stronger person. You may be speaking up more for yourself, you know. And again, with it being in Gemini, it could also, you know, be in a upbeat way, because Gemini likes to communicate. But this is about communicating what you want, okay? This is about you. All right, so on the 7th, we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Again, this is happening in your 12th house, so you are really getting a reset, a cleanse as well, Aries rising, because all of this is happening in your 12th house, and this is a powerful lunar eclipse that is happening, because it is on the axis of the Pisces north node and the Virgo south node as well. And the nodes they change every year, but each year the nodes have specific points of views that we should be looking at and, you know, incorporating into our lifestyles for the process of growth. And your north node is it's like your North Star. That's how I want to put it, because when you look to your North Star, it's always going to take you where you need to go. And that's what this North Node energy is about. And with the full moon in lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces, is really clearing out the things that keeps you from seeing what your North Star is saying to you, okay? So here you are, this is an amplified period of endings, spiritual breakthroughs, and deep subconscious processing that involve themes of karma, dreams, and past patterns, okay? So we have, on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo, opposed Saturn in Pisces, and this is at 29 degrees, and it's affecting your 6th house and your 12th house. And remember, oppositions are tug of war, okay? So they're both pulling at it. So, you know, something has to give, right? Okay, so here you may be conflicted between the desire for clarity and the weight of responsibility that leads to frustration or self-doubt. But remember, you know, this too shall pass. And this is in your 6th house of your work routines. So this could be affecting the people in your workplace, you know, your connection with them, your daily routines, how you know, get through your day, not necessarily at work, but just in general, you know. and your health is in this house, and your colleagues as well. So with that, your 12th house is in your is about your subconscious, and we've already talked about this mass cleaning that's happening for you. You know, this endings of things that are happening, and this is about, you know, whether you can find balance in letting go of what no longer serves you, as opposed to what your other expectations from your sixth house requires of you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 20th, where we have Venus ingress to Virgo at 0 degrees, and this is happening in your sixth house. And this may cause some perfectionism or challenges with your emotional expression, okay? Because this is Venus. And again, in the sign of Virgo, Virgo is perfectionism. You know, and Venus is about harmony and balance, okay? Okay, so this transit may bring satisfaction from accomplishments in executing your tasks, and that's because it's in your sixth house of work, improved health, and opportunities to help partners through health-related activities or work-related projects as well, because Venus is about partnerships. All right, and on the same day, we have Mercury in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your 7th house and your 1st house. Let's see. This transit may, during this transit, you may experience a conflict between practical partnerships, which is your 7th house, and your idealistic desires, which is Neptune in your 1st house. And this can lead to misunderstandings or over-reliance on your intuition in your relationship space. Okay, so, you know, this is, again, where these opposing energies is taxing on you. And you know, it's a good time for you to choose yourself, because when you look at your 7th house and your 1st house, your 7th house is your relationships, your 1st house is about you. So choosing yourself right now is in your best interest for growth, okay? And because this is a conflict, it's a tug of war. So releasing the tug, just choose yourself, okay? So on the 21st, we have the new moon partial solar eclipse in Virgo. This is happening in your 6th house as well. So it does mark a turning point, bringing in new opportunities, initiating new paths related to your daily existence, and this is about your daily routine. So this is a time of course correction that will benefit you in the long run. Okay, so whatever it is that you need to do to be a better person in general, or create a better work environment, this is something that will happen for you with this new partial eclipse. Okay, so this again, this is about with this new moon, because it's a partial solar eclipse, we still want to let go of things that no longer serve us, instead of trying to, create these new intentions, because we have so much purging that's happening. And with the new moon partial eclipse in the sign of Virgo, we have a reset. So endings are happening. Let go of things that no longer serve you so you can have room for whatever that new energy that's coming into your life can take place. Okay, so on the 22nd we have Mars enters Scorpio, and this is happening in your 8th house, and this is your house of death, transformation, shared resources, other people's money, debts, investments, inheritance, things of that nature, psychological issues. So you may experience challenges relating to shared resources, inheritances, and transformation. Take care of any health concerns and any risk of injury. Okay, family discussions may be heated, especially those concerning shared resources. Okay, and with Mars in this sign, Mars can be injury prone, especially handling sharp objects, knives, and sometimes driving, because you drive too fast or reckless, that kind of thing. So on that same day, we have the Sun enters Libra, and that's going to happen later on in the evening. You may experience success in your collaborations and your partnerships because it's in the 7th house. You may be focused on resolving ego clashes or underlining relationships issues and unwanted confrontations. And this is perfectly fine, but the Sun is all about the ego, and sometimes that could be a little pushy. Whereas Libra, wants that fairness, want that harmony, want that balance. All right, so there we have it. The Sun in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries, and again, this is affecting your 7th house and your 1st house. So you may experience spiritual insights, and that has to do with Neptune and that heightened sense of intuition within your partnerships, leading you to express compassion. Neptune is a compassionate energy as well. Or confusion. Neptune is a confusing energy as well. And maybe disillusionment, and that's Neptune as well, within your relationships, okay? And again, this is an opposing energy, which is your 7th house of other people, as opposed to your 1st house of you, yourself. So in this instance, or with these oppositions during this time, try to choose yourself and just clear up, what's no longer serving you, so that you can be enriched with new growth, okay? You may have a heightened sense of self and purpose while struggling with the desire to help others and your need to explore your own journey, okay? So, Aries rising, this is going to conclude your September forecast, and thank you so much, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Taurus risings. This is your forecast for September 2025, and I am Astro Cheryl, and thanks for being here. And if you are if you know your sun and moon sign, also check here if it's a Taurus sun or a Taurus moon, okay? Because we have something in it for you as well. Okay, so we are in the month of September, and September is bringing endings, okay? September is bringing clearings. September is one of those months where there is letting go of trauma and resetting our energy to a higher frequency. Okay, so we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees Pisces on the 1st of the month, okay? And for those of you out there, not everybody is going to feel, you know, or even experience it to the degree that it bothers you because of the degrees in your chart. So with these degrees that I bring up, anywhere 4 degrees before the happenings, you will kind of feel the, you know, the shake that happens, because that is just the shake of change and renewal, okay? So if you know what that is, you can also look up your chart for free on astro.com if you know your time of birth, because that is going to make the difference, okay? So I encourage you to get your natal chart and follow along, so when I talk about degrees, you'll know if you are in that range, what to expect. And if you're not in that range, then you get an easy pass. All right, so Mercury enters Virgo on the 2nd. Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th, and there are 2 eclipses. One is a full moon eclipse at 15 degrees of Pisces, okay? And that's happening on the 7th. That's where I went wrong here. I didn't put the date, but I have it now. And there's a partial solar eclipse on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. That's where that reset is happening, because we had a new moon in Virgo in August as well. So this is really some big energy that is happening for us as far as leveling up, changing vibrations, generational curses being cleared. This is karmic, okay? So we have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th. Mars enters Scorpio on this 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd, okay? So there we have it. Let's get started with the first of the month. The first day of the month is Saturn retrograding back to Pisces at 29 degrees, and this is happening in your 11th house. Okay, so 29 degrees is that anaretic degree. This is that important degree of letting go, because we're starting something new, and that's when the newness comes into our lives. So karmic energy is rectifying things that no longer serves us, okay? So this is a time for re-evaluation, restructuring your friendships, letting go of people, places, and things that no longer serves you here, your social networks, and your long-term goals, and for taking accountability for your past actions, okay? That's a good thing, so that you can release it. You may be disillusioned by friends or group dynamics, and that's the Pisces energy. Is similar to Neptune energy, okay? So setting boundaries, setting clear boundaries can prove beneficial for you, especially because you're in a house of, friends, groups, those larger spaces of people. And Pisces, you can sometimes get, enmeshed in other people's energy. But with Saturn being here, Saturn is also helping you to ground yourself into reality so that you can recognize yourself versus, someone else's energy, and, keep your bubble around you. All right? So, and that's not hard to do for you, Taurus rising, because you're fixed energy. You are grounded. That is just your norm. You look to feeling safe, okay? And you know when you don't feel safe, and that has to do with that other people's energy. So you know it, but just know that this is cropping up, and this is something you need to pay attention to, because you're going to be around a larger group of people, okay? And you may not know where that energy is coming from, but it's there, and you just do you, okay? So on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is happening to your 5th house, happening in your 5th house of creativity, risk-taking, hobbies, children, romance is all incorporated in the 5th house, okay? So your approach to joy, and of course it's in the sign of practical Virgo, so that just takes a lot of the creativity away from it, but your creative expression is practical and detailed oriented, okay? So you may have a fine eye for putting and thinking about how things can look, before the end process happens. Your relationships may be improved through open dialogue. Yep. And you may tend to be too self-critical at this time too. So, just take it easy, and especially in your romantic relationships, because you're dealing with someone else. But when it comes to your hobbies or your creative outlets, if you are doing some of those things, you can put that energy to work in the outcomes of your hobbies. All right, so on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini, and this is happening in your 2nd house. So you may be rethinking how you acquire your source of income, and how you spend your money, and your definition of abundance. Okay, Taurus usually is ruler over the 2nd house, okay, and this is your house of possessions, your values, your self-worth, and your finances with others as well, because you're opposite your 2nd house, okay? So you may be re-looking at this 2nd house energy, your definition of abundance, and how you acquiring your sources of income. You might want to change that. I mean, we have, Uranus here, and that's about changing things, okay? So anyway, this is a place where, you can restructure that 2nd house energy. All right, so on the 7th, we have that full moon lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces was that eclipse? It was at 15 degrees, okay? So 10 to 15 or 11 to 15 degrees may be significant. The eclipse brings clarity as well as closure within your friendship group affiliations, community, hopes, and dreams. This is what that house is about. Okay, so this eclipse may reveal the illusions, outdated connections, bringing clarity to what is truly supports what truly supports your goals, okay? Finding your authentic path may mean letting go of old structures or relationships that no longer serve you. Okay, so this is happening in a big way because we also have Saturn retrograding at 29 degrees of Pisces as well. So it's affecting this house too. So just know that, you know, this is a big karmic relief. And again, when we're talking about Saturn in Pisces and this full moon eclipse, we're also talking about generational karma. Okay, it's from lifetimes ago that we've been holding on to, but now we get to release these things because sometimes we don't even know that it's there. But here we are, it's there. So on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo in opposition to Saturn in Pisces. And this is affecting the 5th house of creativity, romance, children, and your 11th house of large groups, friends, social connections as well. So as I mentioned a little bit before, you know, this same energy, this opposition, that tug of war energy, choosing yourself is always going to be the best road to take because this is about you changing, transforming, okay? So you may be feeling the need to reevaluate your goals or your boundaries within your group settings. Misunderstandings may crop up within your social circles. You may feel an inner tug of war between your analytical thoughts and your feelings of being weighted down by responsibility or past decisions, okay? So don't be so critical on yourself. Just allow your mind and body to let go of those things that no longer serve you. Okay? So Venus is moving on the 20th in Virgo, and this is happening in your 5th house. And this is your house of creativity. Okay? So during this time, you may be focused on finding joy through meaningful experiences, improving your love life through thoughtful communication, and pursuing creative projects that requires precision and intellect. Okay, so this is, you know, as I was saying before about your 5th house with Virgo, that, you know, it could work well with your hobbies and your creative process as well because you're paying close attention to detail. All right? So Venus in Virgo will square Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening again in your 5th house and your 2nd house, okay? So this square is tension, and this tension wants you to pay attention and make adjustments, okay? So you may have a desire for freedom with this Uranus energy and new experiences in your relationships and your finances, which is in your 2nd house. Your choices may be unconventional. This is Uranus, unexpected financial shifts and a recalibration of your values and how you seek enjoyment is also possible here, okay? So Mercury in Libra is also happening on the 20th, opposing Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your 6th house and your 12th house. Okay, so we know Neptune in your 12th house is transforming it, helping you to let go of what no longer serves you. And then we have Libra in your 6th house of daily routine, your work, being of service, and your health. Okay, so during this time, you may experience creative breakthroughs and that could be Neptune's energy and heightened intuition. That is Neptune energy, and this is happening in your work and your health routines. So there's also the tendency to for idealism, and again we're dealing with Neptune, miscommunication, and the inability to stay grounded in your collaborative efforts or your routine tasks. Okay? So this is, that Mercurian energy is pretty fast energy, communication energy, that's Mercury. And with that tug of war with Neptune, yeah, there could be miscommunication because, Neptune it distorts things, and we're not always seeing things clearly when Neptune is aspecting. So on the 21st, we have the new moon partial eclipse in Virgo, and this is happening in your fifth house of creativity, romance, speculation, children, hobbies, fun, joy. So this eclipse is focusing on developing healthy routines, okay, because it's in Virgo, and habits that support your personal growth and the manifestation of your dreams in areas of your life that brings you joy and self-worth. Okay, there is the opportunity to move forward with intentions that are grounded in tangible steps that build the foundation to create endeavors that create healthy relationships. Okay, so with this new moon, I just want to say that because this is a reset energy, because we had a new moon in Virgo in August, and now we have another new moon in Virgo here in September. So there's definitely some endings happening, cleansing that is happening for you in your fifth house. And you have to, go with the flow and try not to be in resistance, because change is inevitable here. And what no longer serves you is just what it is. It no longer serves you. So let it go, Taurus. And the reason why I'm saying this, Taurus rising, because you're fixed energy and you have a tendency to dig your heels into things, but this is not the moment, okay? The moment is to go with the flow and let go of things that no longer serve you. Even though this is a new moon, we're still in that purging energy, okay? So the sun also in Virgo opposes Saturn in Pisces on the 21st as well. And this is that tug of war energy opposition, and it wants you to integrate your desire for self-expression with a sense of duty, sacrifice, or a need to serve a higher purpose. Okay, you may have a tendency towards perfectionism, and this is in the 12th house. No, I did this wrong. I didn't do it wrong, but it's in have the 5th house, and I'm looking at that, but everything else is the same. It's the 6th and the 12th. That's what an opposition is. Okay, so you have a tendency towards perfectionism, and you may feel unsupported or restricted in your creative projects, okay? You may have a strong need for validation and recognition of your talents. And you may be challenged by a deep-seated feeling of inadequacy or a tendency to sacrifice your desires for the needs of others. Okay, so just know this is about you, and choose you, because we have this Saturn in the 12th house is really, there are some endings that are happening. So the purge of energy here is available to you to make the necessary changes that you need to make. So going with the flow of this Pisces Saturn, this retrograde Saturn in Pisces in your 12th house is very beneficial for you now, Taurus rising, because you are releasing karmic energy. You're releasing those generational programming that we no longer need here in the present moment. So on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is in your 7th house. Your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, business partners, marriage partners, you know, your friends, open enemies, legal matters, contracts. So you may become more assertive and driven to get what you want in your partnerships. That's Mars in Scorpio. Control issues in your relationships may be the cause of arguments, disharmonies, separation of bitter disputes, separation or bitter disputes. You may have more passion and sexual drive within your relationships, though, you know, because that's Mars, and the co-ruler of Scorpio is about sex. Okay, so on that same day, we have the Sun entering Libra, and this is in your 6th house. You may find your personal strength and confidence by fulfilling your daily tasks, and this is again in your 6th house of routine work, being of service, and serving others fairly and artfully. And that's because Libra is about balance, harmony, and the love for beauty, art, things of that nature. So you may have a knack in resolving conflict and motivating others through cooperation and a sense of fairness. Great. The Sun's ego in the sign of Libra in your 6th house is working for you. So on that same day, we have the Sun in Libra in opposition to Neptune in Aries. And this is happening between your 6th and your 12th house. So during this time, your daily work and health practices are being challenged by your idealistic visions, spiritual insights, or your hidden desires that's embedded in your subconscious, okay? So you may find it difficult to translate your creative or spiritual insights into concrete, everyday actions and responsibility. You may find a need to let go of past hurts and old patterns to create space for spiritual renewal here. Okay, so Taurus rising, this is what I have for you for September 2025, and I hope the best for you out there. Change is difficult, but change is necessary for the evolution of all of us. Okay? And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Gemini risings. This can also be for Gemini sun and moon as well. But if you know your sun and moon sign, you can tap into that part of the forecast if it's not Gemini. Okay? So this is your forecast for September 2025, and this is Astro Cheryl, and I'm here to share with you what's coming up for all of us in the month of September. Okay, so we have on the 1st, we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces on the 1st. Okay, so Mercury enters Virgo on the 2nd. Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th, and then we have two eclipse that's happening. The full moon eclipse is on the 7th at 15 degrees, and of Pisces. And we have the partial solar eclipse on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. We have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th. Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd. Okay, so let's get into it. Now, September the 1st, the Sun, Saturn retrogrades back to Pisces. And this is happening in your 10th house of career, your public image, your what else? Your career, public image. Well, you know what I mean. It's your 10th house. It's how other people see you. It's how you are seen. It's how you make your money. Okay? So during this time, take care of your physical and mental health along with your personal or marital relationships. You may need to be vigilant in establishing your professional connections, as they may benefit you in the long term, so pay attention. Oh, your work life may take more effort and require you to work wisely, as success will come with delays and delayed results. Okay, this is Saturn, and Saturn is retrograde, so it's going to create delays, especially in your career environment. Okay, and with that being said, there's also some endings that's happening in this retrograde period that's going to be transforming your 10th house, and it could be in the form of a new line of work or a new way of doing business. Okay, because some things that are old that has to do with the person is changing, and by this retrograde being in a visible house where the way you are seen, that could be changing too, how other people view you. So this is a process, but it's definitely a purge of heavy energy that is no longer serving you, that is going to be changing your life in the long run. Okay? So on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is affecting your 4th house of home, your family, your roots, your ancestry, your real estate, and your immediate family. All right, so you may find yourself communicating with your family more than usual because Mercury is here in its sign. Well, Mercury rules the sign of Virgo, and this is happening in your fourth house. So yeah, your family, you may be doing more communication here. You may find yourself thinking about or talking about your family history, your origin, and your the most personal of matters that you wouldn't share with other people that is outside your family life. So, you may find out things that you didn't know about your family's history or ancestral past that comes to the surface anyway, especially because we have Saturn retrograding in the sign of Pisces, and it is in your 10th house, which would also affect your 4th house because that's the opposing house. Okay, so on the 5th we have Mars in Libra squaring Jupiter in Cancer, and this is affecting your 5th house and your 2nd house. Your 5th house is your house of creativity, speculation, joy, romance, children, hobbies, okay? And your 2nd house is your house of finance, self-worth, possessions, okay? So we have Mars is in detriment in Libra. No, it's not. Okay, I'm going to take that back. Mars is not detriment in Libra, but, Mars is what it is. So you may experience an intense conflicting period, and this is tension because it's a square, focused on risk-taking, self-expression, and your finances. So during this time, your desire for creative pleasure clashes with your emotional and security-driven approach to money. So this is definitely telling you to stay focused on you, okay? Because you don't want to overdo it and later on have to figure out how to fix it, okay? So this is tension there, and pay attention to where the tension is coming from so that you can be enlightened and make a conscious decision, as to, what you can do and what you can't do. Okay? Either way, you can do whatever. However, you want to take the road of least resistance. Okay? So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini. This is happening in your 1st house because this is Gemini rising. And Uranus is sudden outbursts of things. This influence promotes sudden shifts in how you see yourself. And your 1st house is yourself. It's about you. It's about how others see you. It's about your self-worth, how you present yourself to the world, your body type. It's all about you, okay? Okay, now this can bring unexpected sudden changes to your life direction, appearance, and your personal expression. Okay, however, you are in a period of review, refine, and integrate these aspects of yourself. Okay, you may feel a need to break free from old patterns and embrace a more authentic version of yourself. Now, this is great, and I just want to share with you Gemini rising. This is a theme for September. The theme is, becoming authentic, letting go of things that no longer serve you, the period of review and refining and integrating new or new aspects of ourselves. All of this is happening in different areas of our lives. Even though this is Uranus retrograde, the Saturn retrograde is doing some similar things as well. So Virgo, the eclipse, is also making powerful moves too. So with all of this happening in our lives, one person's lives, it's like the change is really taking place because the way it's hitting at us in different parts of our charts, it's powerful. Okay, so let's see, where was I? So we're going to move to the 7th. We have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. And this is going to be in your 10th house of career, your public appearance, your authority figures, and your colleagues as well. So this eclipse is pushing you to take control of your own destiny, leading to possible promotions, job changes, or a new career path that aligns with your evolving vision. Okay, so step into it, Gemini rising, because you're going to be pushed into it if you don't just step into it. And again, this depends on the degrees in your chart where this is happening, whether you feel it lightly, moderately, or forcefully. That will tell you how this is unfolding for you. Okay, so on the 18th we have Mercury in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. And this is happening between your 4th house of family and your 10th house of career. Okay, so we know that there's a tug of war here with this energy in with the Mercury in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. So this transit creates a tug of war between your desire for clarity, analysis, and progress in your personal life, and the weight of past decisions, responsibilities, or limitations in your public or professional life. Okay, so conversations may feel heavy, and that has to do with Saturn's energy. It may feel heavier than usual, and you may struggle to express your needs or find common ground due to a push and pull between your personal desires and your professional obligations. Okay? So, in all of this, all I can say is choose you. Okay? On the 20th, we have Venus ingressing, which is entering the sign of Virgo. And this is happening in your 4th house. And this is your 4th house of home, real estate, family, ancestry, history. Okay, so this is a time when you may be focused on improving your home and your family life, emphasizing practicality because it's in the sign of Virgo. She's practical, order, and nurturing relationships within your home. Okay, so yeah, this Venus in Virgo is definitely still have some harmony and balance involved, but it's just taken on a different shape, being more practical and detailed oriented. And when it comes to improving your home space or that attention to detail, is very helpful. So, great. And on the same day, we have Mercury in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your 5th house and your 11th house. So that tug of war is happening between the 5th and the 11th, and your 5th house is about your romantic life, hobbies, your creativity, your joy, children. And your 11th house is about large groups of people, your community connections, things of that nature. So this aspect encourages you to balance your creative spirit with your need for community and vision for the future. Although this aspect can bring confusion, of course, because we have Neptune involved, between idealist dreams and practical reality. Okay? So that is just how this opposition is going to unfold. But as long as you are aware of what is unfolding, you can check in with yourself. Okay? Because Aries can, not Aries, not just Aries, but Neptune can take you, a little deeper than you are needing to go. So when you know that you're going off the, out of, when you're losing your boundaries, where to come back to, your center point. So later on the 20th, we have Venus in Virgo square Uranus in Gemini. And this is happening in your 4th house of home and your 1st house of self. Okay? So you may have a sudden need for personal freedom, change, and mental stimulation. And that's the Uranus in Gemini. You may experience unexpected shifts at home. Okay. A sudden urge to break from tradition or outdated ideas, and a heightened awareness of mental overload. Okay? So, mental overload has to do with Virgo and Gemini because they both are ruled by Mercury as well. Okay? So on the 21st, we have a new moon and partial solar eclipse in the sign of Virgo, and this is happening in your 4th house. So here, this is going to be affecting your home life, and again, it depends on the degrees in which this is happening in your chart. Okay, so it's a powerful turning point, marking fated events and new doors opening. And as I expressed earlier, the Venus new moon happened in August, and then we have a Venus new moon that we're with the solar eclipse happening as well. So yes, this is a reset. Okay, so what all of the changes that are culminating through September is creating this reset of energy where, our karma is setting back to zero. Okay, so set your intuitions and focus on details, health, and self-improvement. Reflect on your family's past and how it has shaped your current emotional foundations. Make peace with what you cannot change. Again, this is really, really important because this Saturn retrograde energy is the force of this karmic past generational curses and letting go, releasing, so that this reset of 0 degrees can take us onto a new path, because when Saturn returns, it's going to go back to Aries, which is, the Aries is like the renewed, something fresh, new energy that's happening. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Sun in Virgo. Did I just do that? The Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces, and this is happening between the 4th house and the 10th house. So this creates the tension, the tug of war actually, between your personal needs for a stable, well-ordered home environment and the demands of your public life that requires discipline, commitment, and a realistic approach in your career and social standing. Okay, so on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is happening in your 6th house of health, daily routines, your work environment, your being of service. Okay, so this transit can improve your health and vitality, enhance your workplace performance, and resolve conflicts favorably. It may also create tension with subordinates and require careful management of ego and conflicts, because Mars is all about getting to the point, okay? And strategic planning as well. So it knows how to go in and make things happen, but it also charges in, so it takes control of everything around him. That's Mars energy. So on that same day, we have the Sun entering into Libra, and this is happening in your 5th house. Okay, and this aspect suggests a strong ego tied to your creative and romantic expression, and that's the Sun. The Sun is the ego, right? Okay, and a desire for partnership, which is Libra, in their joys in the 5th house, and you may be challenged with overly involved or demanding relationships. Okay, so just, it won't stay in, this is a transit, so these are things that are coming and going. Okay, so the Sun in Libra opposes Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your 5th house of creativity and your 11th house of large groups. It may be a challenge to bring self-expression with selfless support for friends or groups. You may idealize romance, your creativity, and your social connections, but stay awake, because there's Neptune there that creates illusions. Okay, so Gemini rising, this is your forecast for the month of September 2025, and I wish you well, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Cancer risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for September 2025. Now, this forecast is also for Cancer, Sun, and Moon. However, if you have your chart and you know your Sun and Moon signs, you can also look at those forecasts to give you more information. Okay, so this month is going to be something else. Because we have the eclipse season, and the eclipses are on the north and south node axis. We have the second of two new moons that are happening. We had the same new moon in Virgo in August, and now September we have another Virgo new moon. So this is a reset. This is endings that are being released, and subconscious energy is being purged, and we should come out looking great after it's all over, because we'll have space for the newness that's coming when Saturn turns direct into Aries. Okay? So anyways, we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces. Now, if you have your chart, you'll be able to see the degrees that these things are happening. So if you are, if your degrees are less, like, let's give it 5 degrees. If you are 26 degrees to 29 degrees, then you'll feel, what's going on. Or let's say we have on the 7th, the eclipse is at 15 degrees of Pisces. So if you have at 10 degrees to 15 degrees, then you'll feel that. So it depends on the degrees in which your chart shows up for you, and how many degrees away from that degree is how it'll affect you. Okay, so just give yourself 3 to 5 degrees before. All right, so there we have it. We have the 2 eclipses I spoke about, and the partial solar eclipse will be on the 21st, and that'll be at 29 degrees of Virgo. And we have Venus moving into Virgo on the 18th. We have Mars entering Scorpio on the 22nd, and we have the Sun moving into Libra on the 22nd. Okay, so on the 1st, we have Saturn retrograding back to Pisces in your 9th house, and this is the house of higher learning, your philosophical beliefs, your religious beliefs, your spiritual beliefs, long distance travel, other cultures, teaching, and publishing as well. So with this retrograde, you know that we are purging with Saturn. This is some karmic energy that's really changing our ancestral history, okay? And in the 9th house, it's definitely going to speak to our religion, our belief system in general is what's really going to be changing for those of you with this retrograde happening in the 9th house. So you may experience significant delays. That's part of the process. Obstacles or dissatisfaction with higher learning, and you may be considering changing your course of study. That's if you're doing anything like that. Your relationship with your father may be strained, okay? And it may hold karmic debt. So with this purging of information, Saturn rules your father. The 9th house is related to authority as well. So, you may your ideas of what was passed on to you is now going through a process of change. And because the father is the authority in this case, you know, you have some issues with how that authority's thoughts about beliefs are different, are changing from yours, or yours are changing from your father's. And that might, you know, be the tension that could be happening for you with this Saturn retrograding back into Pisces. So you have this you have this last purge of energy that needs to happen for you. And this is whether your father is dead or alive, this is where you have to come to terms and release that energy, okay, so that that purge can be complete. Because this is like what's happening for us in September is completions, okay, and resets. So with this Saturn retrograde and the eclipse, we are purging things that no longer serves us. And you know, some people may get mad about it, but that's not your problem. Okay, on the 2nd, Mercury moves into Virgo, and this is happening in your 3rd house of communication, siblings, your local neighborhood, close friends and neighbors. So this transit encourages attention to detail, strategic thinking, and could be, you know, your work as well, and potential gains from communication or travel. Short-term travel is also a part of this house. So overthinking or behaving critically may cause conflict with those closest to you. So just be aware. Virgo has a tendency to, you know, be practical and sharp-tongued, I want to say, critical. There we go. Critical in their communication process. Okay, so on the 5th, Mars in Libra will square Jupiter in Cancer. And this is happening in your 4th house of home, family, real estate, your ancestry, and your 1st house, which is you, how you wear your mask, how others see you, you know, who you are, your self-worth is there, and everything that is seen. This is the 1st house, okay? So issues of domestic conflict between your 4th house and you, property and family dynamics are stirred up, okay? And Mars will stir things up. And that passive aggressive behavior or explosive outbursts may occur, all right? So the passive aggressive is, you know, Mars and Libra. Libra wants balance and harmony, and Mars want to just take charge and just go straight through it, you know, and just clear the space. But anyway, choose you, okay? So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini, and this is happening in your 12th house. And your 12th house is about retreat, your subconscious mind, karma, your past life information, your escapism, hidden enemies. So here, and I did say subconscious minds, okay? Your dreams are also here. You may experience vivid dreams and increased intuition, which may bring unexpected breakthrough and new ideas. You may feel the need for alone time to reevaluate your ideologies in your private life. Yeah, this is a place for retreat, and this is also a place of psychic energy as well. So on the 7th, the full moon lunar eclipse is in Pisces. That's happening in your ninth house, okay? And as I said before, this is definitely a big purge that is happening and transforming your belief systems about religion, spirituality, different philosophy, different cultures and their belief systems. You are going through a process, and this is going to be, you're going to come out with some universal ideas, knowing that we all are one. There's no separatism, really. That is all just man-made, some construct to keep us locked in. So anyway, there we have it. This eclipse encourages you to invest in your growth, align your long-term goals with your values, and embrace new pathways to truth and understanding. Okay? So that is for you. On the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces, and this is the tug of war between your third house and your ninth house. Okay, this is the lower dimension, the third house, and the higher dimension, the ninth house. Okay, so this aspect may create frustration, a struggle to articulate your ideas clearly, or a clash between practical details and philosophical viewpoints that may lead to delays related to communication or travel or a sense of being unheard. Patience is required here, okay? Because this opposition is part of the process of letting go of those thoughts and ideas that are not yours to begin with, okay? That was just passed down to you through generational processes. So you're getting to recognize and let go, okay? So on the 20th, we have Venus ingress to Virgo, and this is happening in your third house. Venus moving into Virgo. And Venus is debilitated, in Virgo. However, it's not too bad because Virgo, Venus and Mercury rules Virgo, they work well together. So it's not going to be, discord here. Okay, you may find beauty in the details, and this is the third house. Enjoy analyzing creative works and experience enhanced communication skills, okay? This aspect may also lead to perfectionistic communication or increased criticism. So just know that this is what Virgo carries around, is that perfection and that critical take on life. So on the same day, we have Mercury in Libra oppose Neptune in Aries. And this is happening in your fourth house and the 10th house. The tug of war is what the opposition is. So during this time, you may experience a disconnect between your rational planning for your home and family life and a vague or overly spiritualized career ambition that may not materialize at all. And that has to do with Neptune and Aries in your 10th house. Okay? And Neptune it creates illusions. Okay? So your communication may be misunderstood or met with conflicting, impulsive ideas from people in your professional environment. You may have difficulty capturing your emotional experience with logic within your home life. So there is some work to be done, So just pay attention to how you express who you are in all of this. So we have Venus on the same day in Virgo, square Uranus in Gemini, and this is your 3rd house and your 12th house. And the 12th house is the unseen, and the 3rd house is your local community, your siblings, communication, could be your work as well. So this aspect, during this aspect, you may be overwhelmed with too many ideas and information. You may experience spontaneity and surprises in your daily routine, community events, and through conversations as well. It's a good time to free yourself of outdated ideas because, change is there, and the change is the square with Uranus in Gemini. So Uranus is going to create sudden changes for the better. So on the 21st, we have the new moon partial eclipse in Virgo, and this is happening in your 3rd house. This eclipse may shift how you communicate, connect, and gather information that may involve significant life changes, or this may be the start of a new journey in your personal life. Okay? So we know Virgo is critical about self and others. So this new moon may bring about, this is a reset with this new moon partial solar eclipse in Virgo, because this is the 2nd of 2 new moons in a row. The first one was in August, and then this one in September is really cleaning up the area where Virgo sits in your chart and resetting things to, that 0 degree so we can start fresh. So this is a very karmic month of energies that's changing our lives for the better. Okay, so on the same day we have the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces, and this is, did I do this on the 3rd house and the 9th house? During this time, you may be tempted to dismiss spiritual ideas because they lack the concrete data. And Virgo is all about, practicality, seeing things. You got to see the numbers, analyzing things, okay? So not all truth can be meticulously detailed. That's the thing, is that, with the Sun in Virgo, it's hard for Virgo to really see beyond what is seen. The unseen is kind of hard for Virgo energy to interpret. So you may need to address the difference between your intellectual, practical truths and the broader, more tangible realities of life. Your 3rd house, as a writer, this is an example, must have a deeper, more meaningful purpose in life, and that's your 9th house. So, for that evidence, this is how Virgo works. So on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is happening in your 5th house of creativity, your joy, hobbies, children, romance. So this transit may heighten your sensual drive and desire for deep emotional experiences in your romantic life. However, there is the risk of power struggles, excessive possessiveness, and conflict within your relationships. That's because Mars is controlling and Scorpio is possessive. So on that same day, we have the Sun entering Libra, and this is happening in your 4th house. So you may desire harmony and balance in your home, such as beauty and peace. Family conditioning may have an influence on your self-expression and may cause you to act in a superficial way to keep the peace. There is a deep need for stable emotional foundations, a sense of rootedness, and emotional security. You may be committed to bring fairness and equality into your home life. Now just know that each and every one of us, we are going through this process of purging and resetting this month. Okay, so karmic debts, generational curses are all being released. And wherever, whatever house, like this eagle sun in your 4th house, things may not be happening there, but this is a part of that release, okay? Because it has to do with your ancestral background, and the 4th house is where your ancestry lives. So just understand that things are changing and resetting for something new. So we have to let go of things that no longer serve us, so we make room for that new reset that's happening. So the last thing I want to speak about is the Sun in Libra in opposition to Neptune in Aries, and this is that tug of war between your 4th and your 10th houses. So during this time, you may struggle to balance your desire for partnership and balance at home with a public identity that is either unclear because of Neptune, emotionally charged, or characterized by grand individualistic ambitions and ideas, okay? So just know that, with this 4th house, there could be some change with you trying to be what other people need you to be, okay? Just so you know. All right, Cancer rising, this is your forecast for September, and until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Leo risings, and this is also for the Sun and the Moon as well. But if you have your chart and you know your Sun sign and your Moon sign, then check those forecasts to give you more information. I am Astro, and this is your forecast for September 2025. Okay, so Leo rising, we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees Pisces on the 1st. We have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. We have Uranus stationing retrograde on the 6th. And then we have 2 eclipses this month. One in Pisces and the other in Virgo. Now the one in Pisces is the full moon lunar eclipse at 15 degrees of Pisces, and the other is 29 degrees Virgo on the 21st. Okay, we have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th. Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and Venus, Libra enters no, I'm sorry. The Sun enters Libra on the 22nd as well. Okay, so let's move right into September the 1st. And just know, I didn't point out all the degrees of all of these, all of the forecasts, but it depends on how close the degrees in your chart are to the degrees of the aspects here for the month. That will give you how it will affect you. Will it, be intense for you, or will it be okay, or will you not really feel anything? Okay, so that's how that works, just so you know. So the transit, the eighth house is about your death, transformation, shared resources, other people's income, psychological issues, psychic energy. Something else that it just slipped my mind. Debts, okay, banking, investments, inheritances. That's the sixth house. That's the eighth house. What am I saying? Okay, the transit emphasis is on changes to your core identity. And this is a big purge because this is Saturn retrograding in Pisces at the anaretic degree of 29 degrees. And this is a big purge because this is what Saturn is doing, is changing the game. It is letting go of all generational curses, ancestral curses. It's wiping all of that out, purging, because we have, with the new moon, we have a reset, and we'll be reset to zero to start something new. So all this purge energy starts with Saturn retrograde on the 1st. Okay, so let's see. Changes to your core identity, challenging any attachments, and requiring you to confront hidden aspects of yourself. This psychological probe of who you are may be difficult, bringing feelings of frustration and pain. But, this is a time of personal growth. And, you got to go through the pain to get the gain, right? Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is happening in your second house of finances, your self-worth, your values, and your possessions. So your intellectual communication may be impactful and requires thoughtfulness in your execution, because definitely, there's your 8th house, other people's resources are there. So there may be someone in your life that you may have to explore communication with. Okay, you may receive a promotion, business gains, or find creative ways to increase your income through investment planning. Okay, you may be more aware of the financial opportunities and trends to spend. I meant to say, and you may tend to spend wisely for practical needs and your occasional pleasures at this time, okay? So Mars in Libra on the 5th, squaring Jupiter in Cancer, The third house and the 12th house are being affected. Your third house is about your siblings, your local community, your communication. That could be through work channels, community, and short-term travel. So during this time, you may struggle to express your needs clearly and fairly, which may be the cause of misunderstandings. You may make grand promises. That's the Jupiter in you. Okay. Or take on too much, leaving you feeling overwhelmed. Okay. You may have a strong desire to communicate and act, but your motivation or your self expression is influenced by your subconscious fears, hidden desires, or your approach may be overly passive. Okay, so this is definitely something that is going to be purged, because you're dealing with 12th house energy, and that is the subconscious energy, and that's where Saturn is pulling from to help us purge energy anyway. Okay, but by this square already sitting in a relationship with your third house and your 12th house, it's easy for you to grab and release energy that is no longer serving you. And that can happen through your dreams, but if you set your intentions or just say that you want to release this, and because you're already in that 12th house, the 12th house can be listening or will be listening, and it will do what you ask, okay? So on the 6th, Uranus retrograde in Gemini in your 11th house, and this is the house of large groups, organization, your social circles, could be some of your work-related people as well. So you may reconnect with old friends because it's a retrograde, revisit old goals, and reevaluate what you want from social life and future aspirations. So that's good to review. So on the 7th, I believe, yes, we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. And this is happening in your 8th house. And the 8th house, again, is about your death, about death in general, about other people's money, shared finances, psychological breakthroughs or not. Debt is another. Other people's money, banking, and I want to say psychic. Being psychic and intuitive is also a part of this house. So this eclipse brings opportunities for significant personal and financial change, urging you to confront unresolved emotional issues and endings, remember, related to values and partnerships. Trust your intuition and be prepared for sudden insights and revelations about yourself and your connections with others. Yeah, this is a powerful placement for this full moon lunar eclipse happening on the 7th. Yeah, okay, because it taps right into your subconscious mind here, as it would in your 12th house as well. So you get a front seat, where you just snatch and grab and let go of what no longer serves you here. Okay, so on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. This is happening between your 2nd house and your 8th house. Yeah, I just need to Saturn and Pisces in your 8th house. Yes, okay. Your 2nd house is the house of finances, self-worth, values, possessions. Your 8th house is about other people's money, transformation, debt, finances, shared resources. Okay, so you may find yourself conflicted and frustrated, trying to focus on improving your finances while at the same time being pulled into deeper, unsettling matters related to shared assets or past issues. Okay, so your conversations may be heavier than usual at this time. So, if there is someone in your life right now, that other person is pulling you deeper into these unsettling matters. All right. So on the 20th, we have Venus moving to Virgo, and this is happening in your 2nd house as well. Okay, so you're encouraged to create practical approaches to your income, budgeting, and material possessions. You may not be in the mood to find enjoyment and pleasure amidst the increased analysis and self-criticism that you may put yourself through during this time, okay? But it's just a passing thing. So when Venus moves into Libra, it'll be a whole different story. And that'll be, like some weeks from now. So Mercury in Libra opposed Neptune in Aries, and this is your 3rd and 9th house, this tug of war. You can expect misunderstandings. Okay, and Neptune in Aries is going to be hazy, illusions, unclear information. So anyway, understandings are hazy conversations when discussing your beliefs or planning future ventures. Be cautious of self-deception or of being misled by vague or overly idealistic ambition. Idealistic information. Okay. So later on, we have Venus in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 2nd house of finances, and your 11th house of hopes and wishes, and your social groups. So during this time, you may experience sudden changes in your finances or your aesthetic tastes, okay? Or your sense of security may be challenged. Yeah. Okay, old patterns in relationships may be upended by your sudden need for independence. Your relationships with friends and community may become more unpredictable or unconventional. Okay, and we're talking about Uranus here. You may be inspired to learn new skills or adopt radical new ideas. Over mental stimulation, Virgo and Gemini, from too many new ideas or options is possible. So just beware of that overstimulation with the air elements. Okay, so on the 21st, we have the new moon partial eclipse in Virgo. And this is happening in your 2nd house of finances. So during this time, take stock of your finances, your skills, and your talents. It's an opportune time to see what resources you have and how you can best utilize them. You may need to align your resources and self-worth with practices that truly support your well-being. Okay? It may require you to set new financial goals or establish disciplined habits around your money and possessions. Let go of any fears or pressures related to money and possessions. You may find new ways to generate income, develop your skills, or discover creative solutions to your material situation. Okay, so with this new moon in the second house, we had a new moon in August, and we have another new moon here this month. This is a reset, okay? So whatever is happening with your second house energy is being reset, okay? We are cleaning slates. Karma is being set to zero. We're purging, subconsciously purging energy that no longer serves us. So if you are not feeling the pull, you can speak it, what you want to have happen, speak it into existence, so you can be on the cycle of knowing, that knowingness, or intuitively knowing the changes that are occurring for you at this time, okay? So on the same day, we have the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn, tug of war, and this is in your second house, in your 8th house. And the Sun is the ego, is in Virgo, practical, critical. And then Saturn, grounded, Pisces is unbounded, but still loving. You may experience fears about losing control over shared assets, debts, or an inheritance, creating financial anxiety. Your intimate relationships may be at odds due to your practical, detailed, and critical perspectives with your partner. May have an emotional, less defined approach to your shared finances and intimacy. There is a karmic lesson here, and I was saying that a little bit before, around your desire to be of service and the burden related to others' emotional or financial problems, okay? So you may feel drained by complex relationships or entanglements. And a lot of this have to do with the Saturn and Pisces energy, because, Pisces have a tendency to be boundless, and we have retrograde Saturn, trying to keep you grounded, and it just creates delays because it's trying to find, help you find your footing. Okay, on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is happening in your 4th house of family, real estate, ancestral history, marriage, partner, and your immediate family. Your siblings could be a part of this 4th house energy as well. So you may have passion and drive for your emotional and your private life, for your emotional, personal, or private life. Okay? You are encouraged to address your deep-seated issues that has to do with Scorpio and assert your will within your home and family dynamics through strategic, Mars, and assertive actions. Okay? So it's just something that you have to speak up. All right? So later on, the Sun enters Libra in your 3rd house. And so during this time, you may excel at mediating disputes, and finding common ground in discussions. You have an innate sense of beauty and can articulate what is aesthetically pleasing in authoritative way. This is the sun in Libra, and the sun is the ego, right? And Libra loves the beauty and the harmony and the balance. You may bring balance to your environment and relationships through thoughtful communication. You have a mutual curiosity about art, culture, social issues, and intellectual topics as well. So the last thing that I want to share with you for the month is the Sun in Libra in opposition to Neptune in Aries. And this is happening in your third and your ninth house. And this is a tug of war. Okay? So you may feel torn between connecting with others on a practical, intellectual level. And I don't know if I said anything about the third house. I did. Did I say anything about the ninth house? I should have. But the ninth house is about your beliefs, okay? And your spirituality. So you may have difficulty in distinguishing between your spiritual or philosophical ideas and reality, leading to romanticized views of higher learning or distant lands. You know, and that's the Neptune in Aries part of it, because, you know, Neptune is, you know, it can create illusions. And of course, Libra want to have the romantic, beautified view of things. And in this case, it's higher learning or distant lands. You can imagine, use the imagination with Neptune here to imagine what you want, but it can also be, you know, a distortion of what it truly is. Okay, so Leo rising, this is your forecast for the month of September 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, and welcome to my channel, Astro. And this is your monthly forecast for Virgo rising for September 2025. All right, so September is full of it's full of energy that is going to be remembered for quite some time now. Okay, we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees Pisces on the 1st, and we have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th. There are 2 eclipses, one in the sign of Pisces and the other in the sign of Virgo. Now, mind you, this eclipse is happening on the axis of the Pisces North Node, Virgo South Node, okay? So there is a lot happening here. This Virgo solar eclipse happening on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo is a reset, okay? And Saturn is the karma that we're releasing from our subconscious, our the ancestral curses that we've had to live with, you know, over generations are being purged now. And that Virgo new moon is resetting us to that 0 degree, because when Saturn turns forward, it's going to take us to 0 degrees of Aries. All right, so that's kind of some heavy lifting energy that's happening, which is going to weigh us down, but it's weighing us down in order for us to release it. Okay, so let's see, talked about the two full moons. The full moon on the 7th is going to be at 15 degrees. Then we have Saturn at 29 degrees, and we have the new moon eclipse, solar eclipse, on the 21st at 29 degrees again. 29 degrees is anaretic, so that means big changes, purging, releasing things that are no longer serving us, okay? So then we have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th, Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and Libra enters, no, the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd as well. Okay, so we're going to move on, Virgo rising, into the forecast. So on the 1st of September, we have Saturn retrograde back into Pisces. This is happening in your 7th house. And this is your house of relationships, partnerships, business partners, open enemies, legal matters, contracts. Okay, so these are areas where this retrograde is going to slow things down, delay things for us, but at the same time, this is where the transformation is happening for you with this purge of energy that is outdated and no longer serving you. So this is going to be a big deal. However, it does depend on the degrees that you have in your chart. If it's more than 5 degrees, then you may not feel this so intently as you would if you were 22 to 29 degrees. You would start to feel that intensity. Okay? So, during this time, you may review your committed relationships to strengthen them. You may find yourself drawn to caregiving roles for your partners. That's Pisces being that caregiver. You may find yourself drawn to setting firm emotional boundaries to avoid taking on undue responsibility, which is a good thing. And this is Virgo rising, so you already know, how to set your boundaries. But of course, with this transit happening, there is something that you need to pay attention to. Okay, so this aspect can bring karmic closure to cycles and relationships and encourage a spiritual reckoning and work to ensure a healthier path forward. Patience and maturity are required. Now, with this Aries rising, you have a tendency to be, pessimistic, perfectionist, and critical. And, this can come across in your relationships as, harsh. So, with this change, this purging of energy from your 7th house, is definitely going to help you to see a different path when it comes to how you think about and communicate to your partners in the 7th house. So you may be changing it for the better, softening things up, and taking on a more mature approach to your relationships that's in the best interest of the parties involved. Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving to Virgo, and Mercury rules Virgo. So this is a good energy that is helping your communication. This is happening in your first house, and this is about you, how you are perceived by others, how you look, how you take care of yourself, and how you express yourself. Okay? So you may experience a heightened level of mental clarity, okay, intelligence, and effectiveness in expressing yourself. Your self-confidence is high, and you can communicate your ideas creatively and with more impact. Okay, so people are really paying attention to what you're saying. Career advancement is possible, and implementing practical changes to improve your life may be desired. Okay, and that includes your lifestyle. Okay, so the 5th, Mars in Libra squares Jupiter in Cancer, and this is happening in your 2nd house, in your 11th house, and squares bring tension. Okay, this may be a time when you are tempted to make grand financial plans. This is the Jupiter energy, or invest heavily in projects that align with your desire for luxury and stability. Okay? Now, you may overextend your resources, or there may be conflict with your community commitments. Your 2nd and 11th. So this is your 11th house energy with your community, because the 11th house rules your social community, your churches, your group of friends, larger group scales, your hopes and wishes. Okay, so your pursuit for financial security in your 2nd house, or personal gains, may lead to disagreements because of Mars, and a feeling of being challenged by your friends and your social groups. Okay? So Mars in Libra is challenging. Jupiter in Cancer can be overextending, okay? Because Jupiter expands. So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini. And this is happening in your 10th house, your house of career, your public reputation, authority figures. I did say career, and those your colleagues. Okay, so you may experience significant, surprising changes or disruptions to your career or public role, and that's what Uranus does. It often, sudden shifts will occur when Uranus is making moves. So this may be your chance to pursue new opportunities and make bold career breakthroughs. You're encouraged to align your career with your authentic self. So, make sure that what you're doing matches, how you think not how you think, but how you should be going. Because some of us take a position because we are being needy, or we just need that, but it's not really where you want to be. So If you know where you really want to be, then that's what you should be striving for, is where you really want to be in your career. Okay? Let's see. Time to pause and reflect on your professional goals and review how to integrate freedom and innovation in your career. Okay? So, as I said, to align, you have to know where you want to be and then pursue that avenue. But look to your North Star, which is your North Node. That'll tell you a lot about where you are headed. And sometimes we don't head that way because of generational patterns, outdated information about what we should be doing based on our genders and a whole lot of other ways of thinking about what we should be doing. Okay? So we have on the 7th, we have, let's see, sorry, I got this word wrong. We have a full moon lunar eclipse, and it's going to be in the sign of Pisces, and this is happening in your 7th house. Okay, so we know Pisces, Saturn is retrograde in Pisces. This full moon lunar eclipse is in Pisces in your 7th house. And then the north and south node is also the north node is in your 7th house of relationships. Okay, so this is the major change. This is what's happening, is that the breakdown in your relationships and how you have been in relationships are going to be purged and revamped to more of an authentic part of who you are, not based on, what your family has done over generations, but what is new to you, okay? And what is true to you. All right, so let's see. You can expect major changes, revelations, or an ending in your relationships, okay? So something has to change, right? You have to let go of something so some new stuff can come in. So you're being asked to discern between what is truly spiritual and blissful versus unhealthy escapism or lack of groundedness within your relationships, and rediscover your individual passions and your sense of self apart from your partners, okay? Because with Pisces, it tends to not have any boundaries. And, some of us who are, have a lot of water in our charts can be just that, We can forget who we are because we're so busy trying to fix or help someone else that we blend in and we don't recognize, our own self as opposed to who that person is. Okay? So with this, you are being asked to set some boundaries and know what those mean to you so that you don't have to merge into someone else's energy and start to, act like that. All right. You're being asked to discern between what is truly spiritual and blissful versus unhealthy escapism or the lack of groundedness within your relationships, and rediscover your individual passions and your sense of self apart from your partners, investing in self-care and caring and carving out time for your own interests. Okay, so on the 18th, Virgo rising, this can also apply to the Virgo sun and moon as well. So we have Mercury in Virgo in opposition to retrograde Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this is happening in your first house with Virgo in your first house, and your seventh house, which is Saturn in Pisces in your seventh house. Okay, so this is that tug of war. That's what an opposition is, okay? So choose you, because when you choose you, that's when the change can happen, okay? So conversations in relationships may feel heavier than usual. That's because of Saturn. Or you may find yourself questioning the reliability of important agreements. And that's your seventh house contracts, considerations. Your partnerships can lead to self-doubt and frustration when you try to set or understand boundaries. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to say that, when you try to set or understand the boundaries here, this has to do with, Saturn and Pisces being retrograde. So it may slow the thinking process, because we have Mercury in Virgo that's involved. So, yeah, you may not feel confident enough, because Virgo tends to be self-critical, okay? But it's good for you to set boundaries, whether you feel comfortable about that or not, okay? Because practicing having that makes things better. Okay, there is a push and a pull, that's that tug of war, between your need for practical details and your emotional responsibilities in your relationships. So as I said before, with this opposition, you have to choose you, because you're the one that's going to make your life better. Okay? So on the 20th, we have Venus moving into Virgo, and this again is happening in your first house. So Venus is debilitated in Virgo. However, it still works, because Venus and Virgo's ruler, which is Mercury, they work well together, okay? So you make good first impressions. This is in your first house, how people see you. You have an increased awareness of your charm and your ability. That's Venus. Okay, you may have a heightened desire to invest in beauty, fashion, and self-care. Okay, you may have a critical perspective on your relationships and your personal worth. That's Venus. I mean, not Venus, but Virgo. Balance of self-improvement with self-acceptance, is required. Okay, so it's creating that balance. That Venus energy is about balance. So Mercury in Libra is opposing Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your second house of self-worth, your values, your finances, your possessions, and your eighth house, your house of death, transformation, psychological issues, other people's money, shared resources, banking, debts. It could be a psychic attunement, very intuitive placement. So here with Neptune in this house, you can see what's hidden. This is also where things can be hidden as well, this eighth house energy. So you may feel torn between a practical need for financial security and idealistic spiritual notions about wealth or shared resources. Okay, there may be misunderstandings around shared finances, taxes, or negotiations due to the vagueness or misinterpretation of intentions, and that has to do with Neptune in Aries. There is the possibility to assess deep, intuitive knowledge about your finances and shared resources that lead to creative bursts or profound insights. Now, again, this could be, a subconscious pattern that's operating beneath the surface where you may be automatically repeating some of the outdated patterns from your ancestral history. Okay? But this is a time now where all of this is, we're in a process of purging and resetting karmic debt. And that is, Saturn is the karmic timekeeper. So on the same day, we have Venus in Virgo square retrograde Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your first and your 10th house. So you are likely to be pulled to feel a pull to be truer to your authentic self and express your unique personality here. And that has to do with Uranus. Uranus always wants us to be have our freedom and be more authentic in who we are. Okay. You may be questioning and alter established routines as well. Exciting new professional opportunities with the tuner T's or changes in your public role can occur as well. Okay, you may experience more mental stimulation and creativity, which may cause you to have mental overload. Now, this is affecting yourself in your first house, and your 10th house is your public reputation, and your first house is your personal, right? So here, we have that tug of war between what's personal and what's professional. However, there are exciting opportunities coming forward. But just understand that Virgo and Gemini are mental energies. They are both ruled by Mercury. So you may experience all of this transiting information, new ideas may cause you to, have information overload. So you just have to rest your mind, okay? And try not to lose your mind in the process. Okay, so we have September 21st. We have a new moon and that partial solar eclipse in Virgo. And as I was saying before, is that this is the second of 2 Virgo new moons. Now, this is what I'm saying is a reset of energy, and this reset is moving us into something new, a 0 degree of change, that we get a clean slate. The past karma is purged, and we make room for new ideas, birthing new approaches to things in life, in every area of our life. Okay? So, with that being said, you are encouraged to let go of, well, first of all, this is a period of your personal development with this new moon and this partial eclipse, growth and shifting identity. Okay, you are encouraged to let go of anything that is not authentic to yourself. Align with your true values and needs and set new bold and authentic intentions for your life. Okay, because this is life changing, your first house. You may find yourself investing more in self care, which is a plus, altering your look, or adopting new routines that help you look and feel your best. Well, this is the best way to be, invest in yourself. Takes, self care. And that way, those people who you, how they see you, they will see that you are investing in yourself. You take care of you. It's not like you need someone else to do it for you. So that's what they see, is that strong auric person who is stand in her or his own feminine or masculine energy. Okay? So later on, we have the Sun in Virgo opposing retrograde Saturn in Pisces. This is your first and your seventh house. You in your first house. Seventh house is the house of others, okay? So this transit may frustrate you because you may be required to make compromises or sacrifices in your relationships to maintain stability and harmony. So introspection on your values and the structures you built in your partnerships is required. And you may experience challenges or delays in your relationship as well. But nonetheless, this is a good time for you to, look at you, because you're working on first house energy with this new moon solar eclipse here, okay? So with this Sun opposing Saturn, you're still looking at ways to refine, make yourself better. So choose you. So on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is happening in your third house. And this is the house of communication, short travel, and in work. Okay, I timed out again, so I started with September 22nd with Mars entering Scorpio in your third house. Your thoughts will be sharper, more focused, and strategic, and you know that your third house represents your communication space, short travel trips, your siblings, your community, your local community, and your neighborhood. Okay, so you may develop a deep curiosity for uncovering hidden information or complex subjects. You may be more confrontational, and arguments or power struggles can occur. Okay, so we have the Sun entering Libra, and this is in your second house. So this is the house of finances, self-worth, and your values and possessions. Okay, so during this time, your words carry extra weight and power. This is a time to focus on maximizing gains and exploring investments, okay, in areas related to beauty, art, and design. Because of this Sun in Libra, you may find support from your professional circle or gain opportunities through foreign clients, which may lead to career advancement and financial success. There is an opportunity to tap into your artistic talents in music and beauty, using them to build wealth and create balance. Okay, and the last thing is Sun in Libra oppose Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your second house and your eighth house. Okay, so this opposition shows up on as a struggle to maintain your personal resources and a strong sense of self in the face of blurry boundaries. There is the potential for loss of control or spiritual questioning related to shared resources, intimacy, or profound life transformation. Okay, Virgo rising, this is your reading, and I apologize for my camera is timing out on me, and hopefully I can get my point across for the month of September to you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Libra risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for September 2025. I also invite Libra Sun and Libra Moon to check in on this forecast as well. So we have September being a really big month for purging and preparing for a clean slate, and resetting of energy, raising our frequency. Okay, so we have Saturn on the 1st of September retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces. All right, we have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. We have Uranus stationing retrograde on the 6th. We have two eclipses, a full moon lunar eclipse on the 7th at 15 degrees of Pisces, and a partial solar eclipse on September 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. We have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th. We have Mars entering Scorpio on the 22nd, and we have the Sun entering Libra on the 22nd as well. Okay, so let's move right into the 1st of September. We have Saturn retrogrades back to Pisces, and this is happening in your 6th house. This transit is about your daily routines, your health, your work, your co-workers, subordinates, and being of service. Okay, so here we go. This transit encourages you to cultivate disciplining and realism in your daily routine, okay, in your work and with your health and being of service. Because you may neglect it right now with this Saturn retrograde, because your imagination may have you disorganized, okay? There may be challenges with authority figures, or you may have internal feelings of being overwhelmed. In your work sector. But just know that this is where your transformation is happening, and this is going to be in your 6th house, your daily routines, your work, and your health. Things are going to be turned around for you, because there's a real deep purge that is happening here at this 29 degrees of Saturn in Pisces. And this is about generational purging. This is heavy duty stuff. Your communications or conversations may feel heavier than normal as well. So just note that you are releasing, and the closer you are the closer the degrees in your chart match the degrees in the forecast, will determine how much you will experience. You know, some people may not experience it at all because they may be, you know, they may not have any degrees close enough. And some may be, you know, in the middle and still may not feel much. But the closer you get to that degree is the closer, the more impact it's going to have on you in the area of life that you see this 29 degrees. Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is happening in your 12th house of your subconscious mind. This is where you retreat. This is your hidden enemies. This is your psychic energy as well. This is where your karmic information is, and your past life information as well. So your subconscious, this is, you know, things that are on automatic, you know, like that record that just keeps playing, you know, without you having to turn it on. Okay, so here in your 12th house is good because you're like right there in your 12th house, and you can go ahead and release things that no longer serves you, but you have to recognize it first. So because we have Saturn retrograding back into Pisces, that may give you some information about what to look for while you are in your subconscious feelings, trying to get through some analytical work. And the Pisces is in the 6th house, which is in opposition to your 12th. So there is some energy that can be transferred for as help to get down to the point of the purge for you. Okay? So we have your analytical abilities and your focus on details are enhanced. However, this can also create challenges with communication that may lead to misunderstandings and the tendency to overthink things related to spiritual, foreign, or behind the scenes matters. Okay? So really, it's really hard to be able to really communicate externally when you have your Mercury in the 12th house, because this is where things get internalized. Okay? All right, so the 5th, we have Mars in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer, and this is happening in your 1st and 10th house. So Mars in Libra squares Jupiter in Cancer. Your 1st house is the house of self. Your 10th house is your house of your public reputation and your career. So you may experience frustration with your immediate, when your immediate desires are at odds with family oriented needs. Okay, so this is that tension. Okay, your needs of your career ambitions, and this is where the disconnect is. You know, it's like career or family, you know, and you shouldn't have to choose, but there is tension where you have to reconcile this so that it'll work on both sides. So you may overextend yourself or act without adequate planning because you're trying to please someone other than yourself. Okay? So just remember that. On the 6th of September, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini, and this is happening in your ninth house. And your ninth house is about your higher learning, your spiritual beliefs, your religious beliefs, your philosophy, teaching, publishing, foreign travels, different cultures. Okay, so this is higher level information. So during this time, it's a time for inner work because it's retrograde, allowing you to reflect on the changes you want to make, connect with new ideas, and understand the progress of your journey. And this is part of the North Node energy, because that is the direction that we all should be headed, is towards our North Node. But you have to figure that out for yourself. So this energy is dynamic and busy and can lead to mental stimulation that may make you feel overstimulated. And this is true because there is a lot of conversation about a lot of different things here in your ninth house. And Gemini loves to, talk about it, hear about it, and sometimes it can be a bit deep when you start to look at the changes in what is happening on the planet and how we came to be, okay? And why are we here? Those types of questions are going to reveal things differently than what we thought was true from our, parents, grandparents, and so on and so on. And that's these generational curses that are being purged now, and resets are happening here. So we have the full moon lunar eclipse on the 7th, and this is happening in your 6th house of health, work, daily routines, okay? And this encourages you to surrender control, all right? And you are Libra. Embrace compassion and make changes to your diet, exercise, or work to align with your desires and intuitive needs. It's a time to foster self-care and address relationship conflicts and find a sense of purpose by prioritizing your inner emotions over external expectations. Okay? And because, let's see, the full moon, lunar eclipse, so yeah, we're purging here. We're letting go of things that no longer serves us. So on the 18th, we have Mercury in Libra. We have Mercury in Virgo, apologize for that, and it's opposing Saturn in Pisces, and that's happening between the 12th house of the unconscious and your 6th house of daily routines and your work and health. Okay, so this transit suggests a time of internal reflection because Saturn is retrograde, and the struggle to reconcile your thoughts with your daily duties, and the need for mental clarity in your private life clashes with your responsibilities and obligations. Okay, so your private life is more your 12th house. Okay, you may feel withdrawn or confused about your goals while feeling the pressure to be practical and organized at work. You may feel a sense of internal conflict, anxiety, or burnout. Okay, so this is part of this purging process with Saturn retrograde and this push and pull opposition energy. But as long as you choose yourself, you can't go wrong, because this is all about growth, all right? So what's best for you during this opposition? How can you grow from that? Okay, it's not doing the same thing that you normally do when you are confronted with an opposition. You have to take the high road and find that way to grow. Okay, so on the 20th, we have Venus ingress entering to Virgo, and this is happening in your 12th house. So, and I've already spoken about the 12th house because there's quite a bit of energy around your 12th house this month. So you may struggle to express yourself freely, and this can lead to you being more perfectionate, or over-analyzing things within your relationships, or you may feel a sense of misunderstandings, or you may be disappointed in secret love affairs. Okay, so just know that, this 12th house is more of an internalized placement. So you are really looking at reflection on the inside, what it is that you need to feed your soul, okay? And that might encounter, or it may translate to, changing things that are in, that you are aligning with as, a evolutionary being, okay? So Mercury on the same day in Libra opposed Neptune in Aries, and this is happening between your first house of self, seventh house of others, in relationships, partnerships. Okay, so this brings up your desire for an ideal, balanced partnership. May be at odds with the tendency to idealize, making it hard to see your relationships realistically. Okay, and that's the Neptune part of it, being in your seventh house. It can create illusions, okay, and we just cannot see things as they truly are when Neptune starts to connect in some way with other planets in other houses. And in this one, it's your first and your seventh house. Okay? So we have Venus in Virgo square Uranus in Gemini, and this is in your 12th and your ninth house. You may feel compelled to abandon your old beliefs, challenge traditional structures, or embrace radical new perspectives on learning and travel that may lead to an inner tension between your need for solitude and your call for freedom. Now, this Uranian energy is also playing a part in the process of purging, because it's really a wake-up call asking us to take a look at, what freedom looks like to us, and if it doesn't look like what we're doing is, freedom and having autonomy, then that's where the change will start to happen. Okay, and Saturn is just here, waiting to purge all of that. So we're getting information through these forecasts letting us know where that energy is stuck, and that, we can now release it. Okay, so on the 21st, or I don't even know where I was. Okay, we have a new moon and a partial solar eclipse in the 12th house as well, in the sign of Virgo. So during this time, Libra rising, you have lots of Virgo energy, it seems like, that you need to reflect on. So you may experience significant release from draining situations, okay? Old habits or patterns that are no longer serving you. You are given the help you need to define what is truly necessary for your growth and future goals. Trust your intuition and inner wisdom and take time out to rest, okay? So we're going to move on to the last thing on the 21st, and that's the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. And again, this is happening between your 12th and your 6th house. So this subconscious energy for you, Libra rising, is really at the forefront of your conscious mind, and you are in a position to really let go of things that no longer serve you, outdated patterns, behaviors that you really don't like about who you are. Okay, so this is a time for quiet reflection and hard work. Allow yourself time to withdraw, process, and dedicate yourself to your practical task and daily responsibilities. This is a time to find balance between letting go of past actions and committing to disciplined, practical approaches to daily life, health, and work. Okay, so on to the 22nd, we have Mars enter Scorpio, and this is in your second house of self-worth, your finances, values, and possessions. So you may have a tenacious approach to earning and managing money that may be strategic or manipulative, okay? Because Mars in Pisces is all of that. So during this transit, you may spend impulsively on, or there may be conflict over money. So just be careful with this placement and money, okay? Whose money is it? And what do you have to do with it? Do you have any extra money to spend on, risk taking, things like that? That's what we're talking about here with Mars in Scorpio. So later on that day, we have the Sun entering Libra, and this is happening in your first house. And this transit suggests that you may experience feelings of constrained activity and a need for careful decision making to avoid impulsive or assertive behaviors in partnerships. Okay? Now, the last thing is the Sun in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries. This is happening in your first house and your seventh house. So this transit suggests that your desire for balance and fairness in your relationship may be challenged by idealistic or deceptive behavior from your partners. And this is, that Neptunian energy. Unclear communication or overly romanticized expectations may create misunderstandings with your partners. You may be confronted with the disconnect between your idealistic vision for relationships and the reality of them, okay? Because, the Sun in Libra is about balance, harmony in relationships. And then we have Neptune here confusing the whole relationship space altogether, all right? So just be aware of how this transpires for you in your life, and then maybe you'll have an aha moment and you get to not react, okay? Instead, you hearing, the truth, and that there is, maybe some misinformation based on Neptune's energy. Okay, so Libra rising, This is your forecast for September 25, 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Scorpio risings. Scorpio sun and moon are also welcome to take in this information as well. Okay, welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl, and this is your monthly forecast for September 2025. Okay, so we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees Pisces on the 1st. We have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. We have Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th. There are two eclipses, a full moon eclipse happening on the 7th of September at 15 degrees of Pisces. And we have a partial solar eclipse on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. So we have that 229-degree anaretic happening this month. And we have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th, Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd as well. Okay, so let's move on to September 1st. We have Saturn retrograde back to Pisces. This is happening in your 5th house of creativity, romance, children, hobbies, joy, risk-taking, and some of you Scorpio rising may like to gamble, okay? But what's happening here is that there is some purging with Saturn retrograding back into Pisces. We are purging a lot of subconscious energies that have been lying dormant, and those energies that we've been working off like automatic records. Some of that there's major shifts that's happening. So this retrograde Saturn is really helping us purge these subconscious tapes and thoughts and patterns that are no longer serving us, because we're in the process of going through a reset, and that's happening at the new moon, because we've experiencing two new moons in the sign of Virgo. The first one was in August, and so this month it'll be on the 21st. So let's get into the retrograde in Pisces in your 5th house. So this encourages you to be seriously disciplined and take a practical approach to your joy and passion to overcome self-doubt or your hidden struggles, such as escapist or self-destructive behaviors, to cope with any underlying anxieties. So this is the energy that you're working on purging, or past experiences that have stifled your ability to find your joy and express yourself freely. All right? So, change is not easy, and it may be very uncomfortable, but, once we get through it, it should look a whole lot better because we'll be experiencing new beginnings. All right, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving to Virgo, and this is happening in your 11th house of hopes and wishes, your group, your churches, some of your work friends, your community, people as well, your social circles. All right. So it suggests that this is a time to build connections and expand your social circles. Your communication is precise and analytical, and new income streams may emerge as well. You find that your strategic plans for your future gains and aspirations are enhanced. You are eager for knowledge and keen on learning, and you have a strong work ethic. You may overanalyze things though, because we have Mercury in Virgo. You may overanalyze your friendships and social situations, or you may struggle to express yourself emotionally. Okay? So on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra squaring Jupiter in Cancer. And this is happening in your 12th and 9th house. So this is some tension. This tension from this aspect may cause you frustration, okay? Because your hidden desires conflict with what you believe is morally or ethically right. So it's like Mars, you know, is having this tension with Jupiter, because Jupiter is ethical and moral, and here Mars is getting a little bit not, you know, not sure, and he don't like to be unsure. He likes to charge in. Okay, so you may act impulsive or have a reckless urge to pursue a big, ambitious goal, but your subconscious may lack a clear, firm plan. Okay, your private desires may cause friction with your educational goals or with people from other cultures. And this is your 9th house we're talking to. Take pause and reflect on your deepest motives before reacting impulsively to ensure that your actions are rooted in integrity and authenticity. Okay? Because Mars have a tendency to act impulsive and reckless. Okay? So take heed, and this is for, you know, your best interests. So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini, and this is happening in your 8th house of death, transformation, shared resources, other people's money, debts, banking, psychological issues, psychic. This is one of the hidden houses where, you know, you can explore some of those unconscious thoughts and emotions. So here, you may be questioning and desire to change your established relationship dynamics. And that could happen suddenly because Uranus is a planet that brings sudden shifts into our lives. So financial agreements or your approach to sharing resources may all shift suddenly. Okay? You are encouraged to confront and shed your outdated ways of being. You may be mentally stimulated by unconventional ideas related to shared resources and intimacy. You may feel restless and take pause before acting on every impulse for change, because here we have Uranus, you know, having these sudden impulses, but not every impulse requires change. Remember that. So September the 7th, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, and this is happening in your 5th house. Okay, and this is your house of romance, creativity, children, hobbies, speculation. So this could bring emotional intensity because it is an emotional time. The moons are about our internal processes. Okay, so emotional intensity as you release old patterns and embrace a more authentic, imaginative self. You may experience transformative changes in your passions and relationships, requiring a focus on boundaries. Set boundaries, self-worth, love yourself, trusting your intuition. Okay? Now, on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo oppose retrograde Saturn in Pisces. And this is happening in your 11th house of hopes and wishes and large group social circles, and your 5th house of creativity, romance, hobbies, speculation, children, and joy. So this is a push, and this is kind of a pull thing. Please reconnect to continue. I'm not going anywhere with this. Okay, so this eclipse brings emotional intensity as you release old patterns. Or did I say that? Okay, I got distracted. I apologize. We're in the opposition. During this opposition, you may feel a tug of war between your logical mind, and this is the 11th and the 5th house, and the need to explore your feelings and reevaluate your commitments. You may feel stifled or that your creative projects are being delayed. This is an opportunity for you to set healthier boundaries around your own energy and commitments in your social interactions. You may experience feelings of self-doubt or frustration in your conversation, and patience is required. So be patient with yourself, okay? So Venus on the 20th, this moves into Virgo, into your 11th house. And we just spoke about your 11th house. So you may be drawn to friendships and groups that involve shared interests in analytical or detailed-oriented pursuits. That's Virgo, such as crafting, writing, or teaching, or technical projects. You may be more interested in building stable, supportive relationships based on mutual understanding. Okay? You may find more pleasure in group activities that include skill development, workshops, or community services, projects, and purpose. Okay, so that same day we have Mercury in Libra oppose Neptune in Aries. And this is the 12th house again, and your 6th house of house of health and daily routines. Okay, and we know that the 12th house is about your unconscious retreats. We have now that's something. So just note that, we're in your 12th house, and this is the house of retreats, and we have Neptune here, and with Neptune we have the illusions of our personal space versus our workspace, which is with other people. So there is a tug of war of finding a place where you can be with yourself and understand your connection with other people, because we have Mercury in Libra is in this 12th house, and this is definitely about your relationship with others, because Libra is about others. But in the 12th house, this is your private space where you want to reflect on how you come across to other people, in your public life, as opposed to what your public life expectations are of you. Okay, and this is happening in your, sixth house of daily routines in your work. Okay, so how you show up. All right, so we have Venus in Virgo square Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 11th house of social circles and your 8th house of transformation, okay, and shared resources. So you may experience unexpected breaks or shifts in social groups, friendships, or group activities. Okay, unforeseen changes or demands concerning shared finances, inherited assets, or deeply intimate relationships may show up. Okay? You may have an urge to become emotionally and financially independent from your social circles or partnerships. You may experience a flood of new ideas and connections that may feel overwhelming, okay? And that could be because of the Mercurian energy that's showing up here with Virgo and Gemini. So on the 21st, we have the new moon partial solar eclipse in Virgo happening in your 11th house. So this is during, this is expecting a fresh start in your 11th house, in your networking, collaborations, and connection with like-minded individuals. You may set on a new path to work towards larger, more collective or humanitarian objectives. There is a need for honesty, deep cleansing, and careful discernment in your relationships and pursuits. Let's see. So this is where your reset is happening in your 11th house, because we have that, this is the second of two new moons in Libra back to back. Okay, so we are resetting our internal processes in certain areas of our lives, and in this case is affecting you in your 11th house, Scorpio, and I think maybe in your 12th house as well. Yeah. Well, for the most part, it's the 11th house that the changes are happening. But yeah, I see the 12th house is also making waves. All right, so we're going to move on to the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. And this is retrograde Saturn in your 11th house and your 5th house. So you may feel conflict between the demands of your social life or professional community and the demands of your personal passions, creativity, or children. Okay? You may face setbacks in achieving your goals, with doors seemingly closed, requiring you to repeat your efforts with a disciplined approach. You may feel restricted or responsibility in your creative projects, romance, or when dealing with children. You may feel restricted or, more responsibility. Okay, on the 22nd, we have, I don't know what happens here for me when I try to scroll. So on the 22nd, Mars enters Scorpio, and this is in your first house, Scorpio rising. So this is about yourself, okay? About how people see you, the mask you wear. I hope, this is clear enough. But anyways, I'm going to continue on. This transit may show you as having an aggressive or overly self-centered approach that may cause conflict with others. You may be biased and resistant to persuasion when you are passionate about something. Your impulsive tendencies can lead to self-destructive behaviors or relationship struggles. So just keep that in mind. We have the sun entering Libra in your 12th house. You may feel a strong desire to withdraw, take time for rest, go on a retreat, or reduce your social and work schedules. You may find that your deep-seated fears or unresolved issues from the past year may be more inspired by creativity. Well, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, you may find that your deep-seated fears or unresolved issues from the past year may show up, okay? And you may be more inspired creatively and seek to experience a deeper connection to spiritual or esoteric matters. The sun in Libra opposed Neptune in Aries in your 12th house and your 6th house. You may feel a sense of boredom or lack in your everyday life and a strong yearning for more imaginative or spiritual purpose. You may be inspired to take spiritual leaps in your career or service. However, your idealistic vision may become messy in the process, in the in your practical daily life. Okay, so this was kind of I don't know why this was a little. It was hard for me to communicate to you. I felt that way, Scorpio rising. But this is your forecast for the month. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Sagittarius risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for September 2025. And boy, September is a month to remember because we have Saturn retrograding back to 29 degrees of Pisces on the 1st. We have Mercury entering Virgo on the 2nd. We have Uranus stationing retrograde on the 6th. There are 2 eclipses this month, and one is a full moon lunar eclipse happening on the 7th, and it's at 15 degrees of Pisces, and a partial solar eclipse on the 21st at 29 degrees of Virgo. And this partial solar eclipse is going to be the reset that we're manifesting now. And Venus enters Virgo on the 18th, Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on this 22nd. Okay, on the 1st, Saturn retrogrades back to Pisces at that 29 degrees, is in your 4th house of family, home, real estate, your ancestral history. okay, and your physical home. So during this time, you may feel compelled to look inward, reassess your emotional state, and face the root cause of past challenges. Time to make the necessary changes to your home life and relationships. You may experience challenges, sadness, or a sense of being uprooted. Well, this is where Saturn is doing the purge for you, Sagittarius rising. So there could be, you know, some upsets in the home because that's where your ancestral is housed, your beliefs, your history, all of that is getting shaken up for you to release what is no longer serving you about your past history, okay? Your family heritage, okay? So on the second, we have Mercury in Virgo in your 10th house of your reputation, your public reputation, your career, your authority figures, and your colleagues. So you may find new income streams and explore various professional ventures, taking on a business mind approach. Okay? That's Virgo being practical. You may excel in areas where your communication and skills of persuasion are of use. Mercury rules Virgo. So your ability to manage tasks and make wise investment money moves are enhanced right now. So, make use of that. Okay, so on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer. This is happening in your 11th house and your 8th house. Your 11th house is the house of friendships, groups, large groups, your social circles is, and your friendship groups. Okay, and your 8th house is the house of transformation, death, debt, taxes, other people's money, shared resources. Okay, you may feel the need to balance your desire for social expansion and achievement with the needs of joint resources or deep emotional entanglements. You may need to balance that because we have Libra squaring Jupiter here, and Jupiter is in the 8th house. So this is the potential for, or there is the potential for overpromising or overspending within your social circles due to an overly optimistic outlook on joint ventures or resources. And that's the Jupiter, overpromising, overspending, or, expanding things. So on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini. This is happening in your 7th house of relationships of all kinds, business partners, marriage partners, partnerships, contracts, legal matters, and open enemies, marriage and divorce. So this is a time, this transit may bring sudden shifts and exciting or disrupting events in your partnerships. Okay, this is a time to reflect on these changes rather than act impulsively. All right, Uranus is an impulsive planet, so just know that it can create sudden shifts and have you acting impulsively. Not that you have to, but it's just the way the information is presented to you is how you're going to respond to it. Okay, you may feel a pull to seek more independence, diversity, and authenticity within your existing relationships. This is a time to review current professional and romantic alliances and reconnect with friends from the past. Retrograde. There is a focus on mental and intellectual aspects of your relationships, prompting you to rethink your communication patterns and how you connect with others. Okay? So, here we have the 7th of September. This thing is, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, and this is happening in your fourth house as well. This eclipse energy can feel overwhelming. It's best to slow down and rest and avoid making hasty decisions. Make peace with the past and release your attachments to things that doesn't align or serve you. This is a time for deep emotional healing within your family and for nurturing a sense of safety and belonging in your home. So just remember, this is where this Saturn, retrograde Saturn in Pisces is helping you to purge, those outdated patterns, that ancestral curses that we've been living with thus far. Okay, so we have on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo opposed Saturn in Pisces, and this is happening in your 10th house of career and your 4th house of family and home. So during this opposition, it creates tension between your outward drive for career success and the inner work required for emotional and family stability. Okay? And you may experience self-doubt and frustration as you try to resolve practical demands with your emotional needs, past feelings of responsibility, guilt, or a sense of emotional burdens may surface, impacting your ability to focus on new professional goals. Your conversations may feel heavy and bring the weight of past decisions or unanswered questions to the surface. So just remember, here we have Saturn retrograde, and it is karmic. So there's a lot of karma that is being addressed and purged. And so this is part of the Great Reset here. So on the 20th, we have Venus in Virgo. You may likely approach your career. This is in the 10th house. You may likely approach your career with a more serious, and it's in Virgo, so we know all of that, organized and practical mindset. Okay, you opt to refine your public image, and that's Virgo, and improve your professional skills. Your work relationships may be subject to critical analysis and a focus on what is practical and stable. You may struggle balancing your desire for a perfect public image or relationship with the practical realities of life. Okay? So that is, this can come across well because, in a professional situation, they like to see people who act the part. And hey, Venus in Virgo, you can do it. So we have Mercury in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries on that same day, 11th house of friendships and the fifth house of romantic partners. So you may find yourself wanting to mediate a disagreement because Mercury is communication and Libra is the mediator. And this can happen within your social groups, but you may have a sudden urge to express a bold, unconventional, creative idea that may upset the group's dynamic altogether. You may feel that your creative projects are not adequately understood or appreciated by your friends or the groups you belong to. Okay, and that's your creativity is coming from your fifth house. Venus is square. Venus in Virgo is squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is your 10th house of career and your 7th house of relationships. So you may feel like you're being torn, between your professional ambitions and the need of your partners, or the desire for greater freedom in your relationships. So be open to spontaneous change and creative ideas that emerge in your professional and artistic pursuits. The mental stimulation that this transit brings may be intense or overwhelming, and that's because of the Gemini and Virgo are both ruled by Mercury, the communicator, so it can create a lot of intake of information coming through that information highway. So the new moon, partial solar eclipse is happening on the 21st, and this is in the sign of Virgo in your 10th house. So this is where this reset is happening. All of the purging, karmic debt, all of that is being erased. The reset is happening for you in your 10th house. So however that new beginning takes place for you is giving you new opportunities and new starts. Okay, so take the opportunity to organize your professional goals, moving beyond just dreams to tangible actions. All right, you may need to evaluate your current career path to ensure it truly aligns with your ambitions and values. Your reputation or public role may undergo a major change as well. You may be pushed to reorganize your daily work habits to be more efficient and supportive of your overall career aspirations. Okay, so this is cleanup time so that you can just put new things into place going forward. So the sun in Virgo is in opposition to Saturn in Pisces, and this is happening in your 10th house and your 4th house, your house of career and your house of home. Okay, so it creates the tension or that tug of war, and you may feel overwhelmed by competing responsibilities in your career and at home. You may be forced to question what truly matters here and shifts in your focus between your professional success and personal fulfillment may come into play here. You may consider working from home, or there could be a need to restructure your home environment. You may need to address your emotional vulnerabilities or insecurities that impact your ability to feel secure and settled at home. Okay, so on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio in your 12th house, and this is the house of hidden things, hidden enemies, your unconscious, karma, past lives, retreats, escapism, drugs. Okay, so you may be feeling ineffectiveness, a loss of direction, and difficulty acting in your own best interests. Mars in Scorpio can turn inward, reflecting suppressed anger, resentment, unexpressed desires that may show through an anxiety, nightmares, or passive aggressive behaviors. This transit brings subconscious patterns, hidden enemies, and deep-seated issues to the surface. Whew. Well, with that coming to the surface, wow, that is, you can get rid of it. Okay, just get rid of it. Let it go. All right, so same day the sun enters Libra in your 11th house. This is a naturally social time, ideal for making new friends, engaging in group activities. Your desires and goals are more achievable now with the support of your social network and community connections. You may have the chance to contribute your time and energy to causes you believe in. And the last thing for the 22nd is the Sun in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries. This is happening in your 11th house and your 5th house. Okay, your desire to maintain harmonious relationships with friends and groups may feel at odds with an overwhelming drive to pursue your personal, creative, or spiritual goals. You may find yourself struggling to balance your collaborative projects with your individual desires for original self-expression. You may get caught up in your fantasies or impulsive actions that may disrupt your social life. You may dream spiritual or creative ideas that need support to structure them and make a tangible part of your life. So your creative ideas may not have the necessary structure it needs to take form, in your conscious life. Okay? So, Sagittarius rising, this is your reading for, or your forecast for September 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Capricorn risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl, and this is your monthly forecast for September 2025. So, we have lots to unpack here for September. We have Saturn retrograde back to 29 degrees of Pisces, and 29 degrees is an anaretic degree, so that is a big change because it's going to move into something new at 0 degrees soon. Okay, Mercury enters Virgo on the 2nd. Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th. And there are 2 eclipses happening. One is a full moon eclipse on the 7th at 15 degrees, and the other is a new moon in Virgo at 29 degrees. Now, last month in August, we also had a new moon in Virgo. So this is a reset that's happening. We have Saturn clearing out, helping us purge those outdated patterns and programming that no longer serves us. And the new moon in Virgo is here to reset, our frequency to a higher vibration. Okay, we also have Venus entering Virgo on the 18th, Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the new moon, not the new moon, and the sun enters Libra on the 22nd. Okay, so Saturn retrogrades back into Pisces in your third house of communication, short distance travel, your work, your siblings, neighbors, your community, and close friends. Okay, so this is where the changes is going to be happening for you. So your communication style is going to go through a process, and part of how you your belief system is also going to be taking some manifesting some changes as well. So this retrograde asks you to refine how you communicate, address misunderstandings with siblings or colleagues, and consider restructuring your daily routines. So this is a time for finishing past projects and refining your goals. Self-discipline and overcoming bad habits are encouraged. Okay, so you are going to get a big release here in your third house of communication. Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is happening in your 9th house. Your 9th house is about your belief system, higher learning, your spirituality, philosophy, long distance travel, different cultures, teaching, and publishing, along with, some other things there. But for the most part, we got, you get the gist. So you can expect a strong desire to learn and research in areas related to philosophy, religion, and different cultures. You may be meticulously preparing for an international trip, and that's the Virgo happening here. And this is a good time for communication, teaching, and engaging in debates on subjects that require detailed analysis. Virgo is very analytic and has some critical thinking components to her. You may find yourself overly focused on minute details, which may be the cause for missing the bigger picture. Okay, because sometimes that Virgo energy gets too caught up in making things perfect and look great. All right, so on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer. So your desire for Mars in Libra and Jupiter in Cancer, this is happening in your 10th house and your 7th house. So your 10th house is your career, your public reputation, authority figures, colleagues. And your 7th house is about your one-on-one relationships, partnerships, business partners, close friends and families, legal matters, marriages, and divorce as well. Okay, so your desire for professional recognition can create friction with the needs and expectations of your partner or significant others. You may be encouraged to take on too much or overstep your boundaries, and part of that has to do with Jupiter being in this expansive energy. You may be encouraged to take on too much or overstep your boundaries. I said that. You may experience more conflict than usual or debate within your partnerships. Okay, so on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograding in Gemini in your 6th house of daily routine, your health, your work, being of service to others. Okay, so you may feel a sense of restlessness or boredom with your current routines, sparking a desire to find new, more innovative ways to manage your work and your health. Okay, so that is Uranus Uranus often creates these sudden shifts in our thinking process, and we tend to act on them. All right. So on the 7th, we have that full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, and this is happening in your 3rd house of communication, siblings, neighbors, close friends, short travel, and it could be a part of your work as well. So this full moon is in the sign of Pisces, and it signals an end of a cycle. Okay, so there is something in your 3rd house that is changing, and part of it is going to be your communication style and how you communicate with others and how others communicate with you, okay? Or how they respond to your communication. Okay, so end of a cycle, making it an opportunity to let go of old thought patterns, communication styles, and mental burdens that are no longer serving you. Okay, there is an emphasis on choosing yourself and amplifying your own voice, pushing you to stop caring about what others think and to step into your personal power. Okay, it carries, this eclipse carries karmic weight, indicating that certain situations or ideas that have been brewing for the past 6 months are coming to a head. So whatever it is you've been holding onto is coming to an end, and you can let it go. So on the 18th, we have Mercury in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn is retrograde. This is happening between your 9th house of higher learning and your belief systems, spiritual growth, religion, and opposed to your 3rd house of communication, basic learning. Okay, you may find yourself thinking more analytically and critically, and that's because Mercury is in Virgo. All right. However, you may be struggling to express your thoughts clearly, or you may feel that others are being impractical. Oppositions act out as a tug of war, you know. So the tension between focusing on the small, meticulous details and the expansive, flowing, and vague nature of Pisces. You may be trying to apply a logical approach to something that requires more faith or your intuition. Okay, so you have to listen to yourself, choose yourself, okay? Your self-doubt or frustrations around your responsibilities may feel very heavy, and that's part of the earth energy of Saturn, or overwhelming now. Okay, so on the 20th, we have Venus ingress to Pisces. That's moving into the sign of Virgo. I apologize. Venus is moving into Virgo, and this is happening in your 9th house. And I just spoke about the 9th house. So you may be motivated to take courses, workshops, or engage in hobbies that enhance your skills. Okay, you may desire to help others through charitable work or by sharing your knowledge. You may experience financial gains, find new opportunities related to your professional or educational ventures. So this is a good opportunity for you here with Venus in Virgo in your 9th house. Okay. And later that day, Mercury in Libra opposed Neptune in Aries. And this is happening in your 10th house of career and your 4th house of family and home. Okay? The lines may be blurred between Mercury and Neptune about what is real and what is perceived. Okay, so be cautious of miscommunication or overly idealistic notions. Okay, you may feel overwhelmed by a flood of new information, ideas, or emotional insights, making it difficult to focus on practical tasks or make clear decisions. So Venus in Virgo is square Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 9th house of higher learning, spirituality, religion, and your 6th house of daily routines, health, work, and being of service. Okay, so you may have a sudden desire, that's Uranus, it sudden shifts, okay, to change your daily routine or work habit, making bold changes that open new doors, okay? So it could be helping you in a healthier way. You may get unexpected opportunities for travel, learning, or spiritual growth that changes your direction. Okay, your worldview may shift, letting go of old dogmas for fluid, evolving truths. All right? You may struggle with mental overload due to dynamism and the energy of Uranus and Gemini. So that's like, that dynamic energy. So on the 21st, we have the new moon partial solar eclipse in Virgo, and this is happening in your 9th house. You may embark on a new educational journey, planning significant travel, or reassessing deeply held beliefs and philosophical views. This is a call to action, and it asks you to align your actions with your inner truth and listen to your intuition for guidance. Okay? It's time to release outdated philosophies, morals, or structures that no longer serve your personal growth. Be prepared for a miraculous opening in your life. Maybe a new career path or a newfound sense of purpose may happen. And there's definitely, some deep-seated changes, karmic energy that is being purged, okay? So on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio, and this is happening in your 11th house. You may be more strategic and discerning about your social connections, focusing your determination on achieving shared goals or transformative projects with your community. You may express yourself in a bold and different way, a direct way, actually, to make the wishes of the collectives come true. So this transit can lead to manipulation or deep-seated resentment within your social circles, because Mars, moves right in. Scorpio can be a manipulative energy, all right, because it's strategic and it, plays to win. So your deep-seated issues and desires may surface and transform your relationship with your friends and collaborators. Okay, and later on in that day, we have the sun entering Libra, and this is happening in your 10th house of career. There may be news about work experience, promotion, or a salary increase. There could be conflicts with superiors or colleagues, or an increase in responsibility. Teamwork and negotiations in your professional environment are encouraged. You are encouraged to review your career and lifestyle and make adjustments that reflect your new awareness that is gained. Okay, so I'm getting a little, this air energy. Sometimes it creates the I lose my focus. So here we have the Sun in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries, and this is happening in your 10th house and your 4th house. So you may have visionary ideas and creative inspirations at home, but struggle to bring them into your public or professional life, which may feel unimaginative or restrictive. Your public perception may feel clouded. This is a time to transform your sense of self, integrating vulnerability and compassion into your professional identity. You may have inspired visions related to your personal life, but find it difficult to hold on to or bring it into concrete realities, in the concrete realities of your career. And that has to do with Neptune and its sense of illusions and delusions. So this too shall pass, but this is a time where, Capricorn, you can work on being in the present moment, because Neptune can, take you away from being in the moment. All right, so Capricorn rising, this is your forecast for September 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, Aquarius rising. Welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl, and this is your forecast for September 2025. Okay, so let's get into it. Saturn retrogrades back to 29 degrees of Pisces on the 1st of September. Mercury enters Virgo on the 2nd. Uranus stations retrograde on the 6th. And there are 2 eclipses, a full moon lunar eclipse on the 7th at 15 degrees of Pisces, and a new moon solar eclipse is a partial on the 21st at 29 degrees. Okay, so 29 degrees are anaretic degrees, so those are important degrees of letting go, because change is happening going forward. So Venus enters Virgo on the 18th, Mars enters Scorpio on the 22nd, and the Sun enters Libra on the 22nd. Okay, so on the 1st, we have Leo retrograde and back into Pisces, and this is in your 2nd house. So there is some transformation energy that's being purged in your 2nd house of self-worth, your values, your finances, your possessions. So you may be encouraged to review your finances, assess your spending, savings, to ensure that you are in alignment with your resources. Okay, you may reassess your value and determine what brings you value and a sense of richness and a deeper sense of self-worth rooted in truth and integrity. Okay, so the things that you may value now or even possess may be going through a transformation, and you may not have the same value for those things that you have been valuing. Okay, so there's a shift that's happening, some changes that's coming about, and yes, your financial situation is also going through this transformation where you're starting to align yourself with not spending more than you can afford to. Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, and this is in your house of death, transformation, other people's money, shared resources, banking, investments, well, banking, yeah, investments and inheritance, psychological issues. This is also the house of hidden things where, you can get some insight from your 12th house subconscious energy. So this is also a place where you can experience a heightened sense of intuition and some psychic experience in one way or another. So this is a prime time for research because, Virgo is meticulous. She pays close attention to detail. So, investigation and exploring esoteric subjects like, being psychic or even astrology, tarot, things of that nature. So look for opportunities to gain insight concerning shared resources, inheritance, or investments. Your communication style may be more strategic and penetrating now, okay? And that's because we have Mercury ruling Venus, and Venus is in your 8th house. So your attention to detail may be heightened, allowing you to see patterns and solve intricate puzzles that others might miss. And this doesn't necessarily have to be, puzzles that you play with. It just could be things that are presented to you and you see it as a puzzle of, being able to take things apart and putting them back together. So on the 5th, we have Mars in Libra, square Jupiter in Cancer, and this is happening in your 9th house of higher learning, your belief system, religion, spirituality, long distance travel, teaching, and philosophy. And your 6th house is about your daily routines, your health, and being of service, and your work. Okay, so the tension here is between your desire to explore, learn, and expand your horizons, 9th house, and your daily routine and work obligations, 6th house. So you may want to make impulsive career or travel decisions, but your fear of disrupting your safety net could cause internal friction and, frustration as well. Your enthusiasm and willingness to take on new projects may lead to overcommitment and you may take on more than you can handle. Okay, so you may experience conflict with your co-workers or clients, and that may arise over differences in philosophy or your belief. Okay, so, the fear of disrupting your safety. This is like, Mars, just doing things without thinking about it. That's what Mars do. It walks into things first and think about it later. All right, so on the 6th, we have Uranus retrograde in Gemini, and this is happening in your 5th house. So you may experience an internal process of absorbing and solidifying innovative changes. You may revisit and review the goals and creative projects that have been inspired during this time. So this is your house of creativity, romance, hobbies, speculation, and children. So you may revisit and review the goals and creative projects that have been inspired during this time. Your mental energy may be scattered, and that's because of the Gemini energy here, and overwhelming. So, it's a good time to rest because you can get mental overload from this Uranian energy in Gemini. So So on the 7th, we have the full moon lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces, and this is happening in your second house. So if you've been living under false impressions regarding your finances, then this eclipse will bring you clarity, okay? This is also a second house purge that is happening for all of us, but in particularly your second house Aquarius rising. So this is where all of the endings is happening for you, and the change for the better is going to show up, okay? So you may be urged to release unhealthy spending habits, financial dependencies, or any beliefs that limit your sense of abundance and self-worth. This influence pushes for a more realistic and responsible approach to money. September 18th, Mercury in Virgo opposed Saturn in Pisces. The 8th house is the house of death, transformation, other people's money, shared resources, and I've already said most of it in the previous, okay? And the second house of finances, self-worth, your values, okay? So you may struggle with feelings of self-doubt and frustration as your structured approach to problem solving is challenged by feelings of emotional restriction or pressure, okay? Your conversations may feel heavier, and you may find yourself overthinking or being overly critical. Critically examine your relationships with your personal finances, values, and possessions. Are your boundaries in these areas serving you? If not, reassess and create new boundaries for yourself, okay? Especially when it comes to spending, overspending. So on the 20th, we have Venus in Virgo, and this is happening in your 8th house. You may find love or a connection in unconventional settings, but you may struggle between your emotional needs and a desire for control or fear of harm can create tension. So shared resources and financial matters become prominent, leading to gains through partnerships. So, you know, Aquarius rising, you may meet someone special who can level you up. Okay, so we have Mercury in Libra opposing Neptune in Aries. So we know Neptune has some illusional components to it. So things may not always be as it seems. And this is affecting your 9th house and your 3rd house. Okay, so the 9th house is higher learning, and the 3rd house is communication, early education, short-term trips, and the 9th house is long distance trips. So your philosophical or spiritual thoughts may feel at odds with your communications. You may be idealistic about travel or higher knowledge. However, your ability to express these grand ideas get muddled or confrontational. Be wary of receiving misleading information or of deceiving others through lack of clarity, okay? You may experience sudden bursts of creative inspiration or spiritual insights that challenge your previous understandings, okay? So change is happening, and sometimes we need to shake up areas of our lives that we've just been, I want to say, just skating on and not really addressing the growth factors. Okay, so we have Virgo in Venus is in Virgo, squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 8th house of transformation, death, and your 5th house of creativity and romantic partners. So this in transit encourages you to be more genuine in your affections and creative expression. You may feel a strong desire to step away from what feels safe or unfamiliar to embrace your unique perspective and individuality. Changes related to your beliefs, information, and social interactions can trigger significant shifts in these deeper, more intimate aspects of your life. Okay, especially with it being in the 8th house, because the 8th house is, it's one of those esoteric places, where you can slip into that subconscious information, tap into your psychic abilities as well. So on the 21st, we have this new moon partial eclipse in Virgo, and this is happening in your 8th house. Again, this is a partial solar eclipse though. So this powerful time to start new ventures related to shared finances, inheritances, taxes, or joint resources. This may be a significant turning point in how you approach trust and vulnerability within your relationships. Okay, so your relationships will be, they are deep relationships because this is that 8th house energy. So you may be looking at things on a deeper level rather than on a superficial level. Okay, this eclipse can bring clarity around your financial health and your earning potential. Okay, so later we have the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces, and the Sun is representing your ego here. Okay, and retrograde Saturn in Pisces is in your 2nd house. So it's your 8th house and your 2nd house that is opposing one another. So you may be urged to integrate healthier practices or routines into your financial management or relationship structures. Because in your 8th house, you have shared finances with other people. And in your 2nd house, by it being opposite, your finances are being reviewed and critically looked over, with the Sun in Virgo. So on the 22nd, we have Mars entering Scorpio in your 10th house. So you may experience increased energy, attention, and productivity at work, which may lead to greater efficiency and success in your professional endeavors. You may step into leadership roles or express thoughts and ideas more forcefully, and that's that Mars energy. Your approach to career goals is strategic, okay, powerful and determined, and that's the Mars in Scorpio. Okay, you may experience power struggles or conflicts with co-workers or authority figures. So recognition, achieving promotions, and seeing tangible success for your efforts are also favorable now. So you want to just be careful how you come across in your 10th house, because this is your public reputation and how you are seen. So we have the Sun entering Libra, and this is happening in your 9th house. This transit can spark curiosity and a renewed sense of adventure with new philosophical ideas or travel plans. And this is that sun energy. It may also present challenges in relationships with authority figures like mentors or fathers. This is a period of reevaluating beliefs, fostering greater mental clarity, and seeking harmony in your spiritual or intellectual pursuits. The sun in Libra oppose Neptune, and this is in your 9th house and your 3rd house. Okay, so this transit pits your desire for higher understanding and grand vision against your communication and mental process. Okay, 9th house, 3rd house. Your philosophical or spiritual beliefs may be highly idealistic, okay, but your day-to-day thoughts and words might lack clarity. So we're still looking at Neptune in the picture, creating illusions. So, and you know, communication, just things are not clear. So you may feel others don't understand your perspective on subjects related to travel, education, or philosophy, or your communication could be misconstrued due to its dreamy or vague quality. All right, Aquarius, just beware that changes are here and go with the flow, especially with this Pisces energy happening, because we have the North and South Node in Pisces, North Node in Pisces, South Node in Virgo axis activated as well. So with this activation, you know, it's like the North Node, we should be looking towards the North Node for our purpose and what we need to make space for. All right, so Aquarius rising, this is your forecast for September 2025. And until next time, bye for now.